All right, what is up? What is up? We are back with more Sherlock Holmes crimes and punishments tonight. Now, for those of you that do not know this game, Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishment is set in the gaslit haze of Victorian London. Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishments places you in the brilliant mind of the iconic detective. Alongside Dr. John Watson, Holmes tackles a series of perplexing cases, each a standalone puzzle of murder, theft, and deceit. From grand manors to grimy docks, you'll scour crime scenes for clues, interrogate a cast of vivid suspects, and piece together the truth using Sherlock's legendary deductive skills, visualized through his intricate mind palace. What sets this adventure apart is the weight of your choices. Every investigation ends with the decision to accuse or absolve, blending logic with moral dilemmas that ripple beyond the case. With its richly detailed world and cerebral gameplay, this is a journey through the shadows of human nature, where the line between justice and punishment blurs under Holmes's piercing gaze. All right, let's go ahead and get right back into this, shall we? Continue. All right, looks like we have the Abbey Grange affair up next. I believe this is case 4 of 6. So we have 3 more to go.
The game is afoot, not a word. Into your clothes and come. I'll wait for you in the sitting room. I've just received a note from Inspector Lestrade, a letter from the suburbs. He is in need of my presence. Whenever he has asked for my assistance, it has always turned out to be entirely justified. I fancy that every one of his cases has found its way into your collection.
Yes, they all seem worthy of...
However, I regret your fatal habit of looking at everything from the point of view of a story instead of a scientific exercise.
Oh, Holmes, you...
I beg your pardon, I digress. It would be much better to examine this letter than to try to convince you.
I agree. Is he still peeping on that one lady? He is. And she never leaves the window.
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look.
Okay, which table? You know how many tables there are, Watson? This one? What was that one? I am a detective. I'm the greatest detective. After all. 221B Baker Street, London. Sherlock Holmes.
A wax seal with the monogram E.B.
E.B. Games. I wonder whatever happened to them. Am I going to open it? Oh, what's on the back? A coat of arms.
The Brackenstall family coat of arms.
I don't know who they are. I can't wear that coat in the rain. And I just put it back down. Is there arsenic in it? Shake it. Do I actually need my letter opener? Just use your freaking finger, Holmes. Take. Oh, I have a letter. Ah, the Times, a colossal scandal in high society. Looks like they reported on my case.
This is where I keep my post.
Yeah, I know that. Then why isn't this letter there? There's something else on the table?
I can tell from Lestrade's handwriting that he was in a hurry when he wrote this letter.
Abbey Grange, Marsham, Kent, 3:30 a.m. The inspector's letter. My dear Holmes, I should be very glad of your immediate assistance in what promises to be a most remarkable case. It is something quite in your line. Except for releasing the lady, I will see that everything is kept exactly as I have found it. But I beg you not to lose an instant, as it is difficult to leave a Sir Eustace there. Yours faithfully, Inspector Lestrade.
So, what is it, Holmes?
Promising, as always, it appears to be a case of murder.
So you believe that Sir Eustace is dead?
I should say so. Lestrade wouldn't have sent for me for less. His writing shows considerable agitation, and he is not an emotional man. These people belong to high society. The quality of the writing paper, the EB monogram, their coat of arms. The crime was committed before midnight.
Holmes, how can you possibly tell?
Well, it is all thanks to Lestrade. He wrote his letter at 3:30 in the morning. Imagine the chain of events before that. The local police had to be called in. Scotland Yard was notified. Lestrade himself had to make haste there, and finally compose the letter he sent to me. All of that makes for a fair night's work.
It makes sense. Lestrade also speaks of the woman he released.
That seems to indicate that she had been held somewhere during the crime. Much time has been wasted. Let us find a cab and go to Abbey Grange immediately. I live in hope of an interesting morning.
All right, Abbey Grange.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
What, the three Randalls?
Exactly. The father and two sons. It's their work. They stole a silver service, which is of great value.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall is dead, then?
Yes. His head was knocked in with his own poker.
A violent act of aggression.
Yes, the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair. But I think that you would best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid to raise her right.
Where is the body of the deceased?
In the dining room. We haven't touched anything.
All right, I'm going to examine it.
Very good, Watson.
Yes, very good. Hey, Timo, hello. What's going on? How you doing? Appreciate you stopping by. Hope you were well this evening. Charles Darwin. Let me look at the painting.
Lady Brackenstall awaits you in the morning room.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at the art.
Lord Brigham Brackenstall.
Oh, that's the lord of the manor here.
Lord Ramsay Brackenstall.
Guessing that's his son.
Sir Warthen Brackenstall. Lord George Brackenstall.
It's like Fat Abraham Lincoln.
Baron Lyndon Brackenstall.
I think that's
The
Edgar Allan Poe.
Brackenstall family seems rather austere.
Lady Brackenstall awaits you in the morning room.
Okay, which way is that? This way.
Lady Brackenstall awaits you in the morning room.
I guess that's not the morning room.
Ladies, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting Inspector Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the wife of Sir Eustace Brackenstall. We were married only a year ago.
I am sorry for your loss. Please accept my deepest condolences.
I suppose that it is no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one. I fear that all would tell you that, even if I were to attempt to deny it.
Hey, Allie, what's going on? How you doing? Appreciate you stopping by. Hope you were well this evening. So what happened last night?
Can you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes, madam, it is.
I will tell you then. Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11, absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and... oh God.
Please, go on.
As I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man who had just stepped into the room. Close behind the first man, I saw two others. One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist and felled me unconscious to the ground.
And then?
When I came to myself, I found that they had secured me tightly to a dining room chair. It was at that instant my unfortunate husband entered the room.
He fought with the intruders?
Yes, I think he had heard them, for he was holding his stick. But they were three, and he eventually succumbed. One of them, the elder one, struck him a terrible blow with the poker. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave Teresa came to my assistance.
Yeah, is anything missing from your home?
Did these three villains steal anything?
Yes, I found that they had taken the silver from the sideboard, but you can see for yourself in the dining room.
They did all of this for some silverware? I highly doubt that. God, that eye looks terrible. Fresh bruises. Alright, what else can we find? Pale cheeks. A golden brooch, a kangaroo, and an emu of Australian origin. Was that before or after the Great Emu War that they lost barely? An elegant dress. Alright. Wedding ring. Old bruises. So tell me more about this unhappy marriage.
You mentioned that your marriage was not a happy one. Was there anything specific that was troubling you?
He was not a nice man when he was drunk, and he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
Nothing else, eh?
The bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband caused those bruises?
Oh, do you... Yes, he did. He was very angry at the time. Out of control. Again. Sir Eustace was a drunkard. To be tied to such a man for life is worse than death.
God damn.
Your ladyship?
Alright, let me check my book. Go all the way to the top. Let me go back to the paintings then. Is this one Eustace? Oh yeah.
Lord Ramsay of
That's
Brackenstall.
Ramsay. Who's Eustace?
Baron Lyndon Brackenstall.
She's not married to the old man, is
Lord Brigham Brackenstall.
Okay, she's not.
Sir Warthen Brackenstall. Lord George Brackenstall.
Oh, he doesn't even have a portrait. Okay. Oh my goodness, look at that puppy. So cute. The Times mysterious drama in London. The Randall Gang's burglary. Family business booming, the Randall Gang is back on the streets. Less than a fortnight ago, this infamous family of burglars, the Randalls as they're known, made their reappearance by way of a brutal but successful intrusion into one of the wealthier homes in Sydenham. The police are already on their trail. However, the details of the crime are being kept confidential, including that of the name of the victim. A witness was able to provide a precise description of all three men, and this will surely give the police a chance to complete their profile on this family of delinquents. We would take the liberty of reminding our esteemed readers about this highly dangerous band, and to provide the full description as it is available at the moment. The gang has been in business for some considerable time, being a family of three, a father and his two sons. The elder, Jack Randall, is a man in his 40s and already gray-haired, while of average height and build. Being the mastermind behind the burglaries, he retains control over his sons, both of whom are close in age, but very different in appearance. The first son, William Randall, is tall and broad-shouldered, with a small, disproportionate head. He's a tiny head. The younger brother, Melvin Randall, is of a somewhat weaker constitution, and is as skinny as a rake. The gang is wanted not only for their frequent thefts and break-ins, but for the exceptionally brutal pirate career they enjoyed before returning to England. Be alert, and may your valuables stay safe.
The description of the Randall gang provided by Lady Brackenstall is identical to the one in the Times article.
I mean, it's possible the newspaper got her description that she gave to the police, right? Was there a date on it?
This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa was taken at a port, but which one?
I don't know. We should go ask. Oh, and I can take it out. See what's written behind it, if anything. The Rock of Gibraltar, Adelaide, 1893.
So the lady and her maid came from Australia a year and a half ago on this ship.
We just stole their photo. Okay. Oh, we got another picture. Scratches.
These scratches are most definitely made by the picture frame.
Aha! We have found their safe.
This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be something important inside. I must ask Lady Brackenstall to open it. This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be...
Come on, use your lockpick, Sherlock. Thought you were a detective. All right, let's speak with the maid first. See what she has to say.
Teresa, I would like to hear your testimony.
Certainly, sir.
Give her a once-over. Wrinkles. Oh, she has a stain on her sleeve. He doesn't care about it. A handkerchief. Vinegar smell. Caring. Working hands. Oh, is that blood? Oh, coffee stain. Would you please go over the events of last night?
As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate. But I thought nothing of it at the time. Oh, if I'd known.
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream. And down I ran, to find her tied to the chair and him on the floor with his head smashed. That's all I know.
Fair enough.
Lady Brackenstall, could you open this wall safe?
No, it is my husband's safe. I do not know the combination.
We have to open it.
What is your birthday?
ladyship.
Okay. Maybe he left like a clue lying around. And we still need to check his body. I'm assuming that's still here. Nothing to investigate in the foyer.
You should examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
I mean, did you not do it? Just give me a recap.
Antique hunting weapons.
Well, he certainly was an avid hunter. By his trophies mounted.
The hunting scene. This candlestick is valuable. It is interesting that it was not also stolen.
I agree.
These wine bottles are expensive and mostly from France.
Fascinating.
An empty silverware box. It appears that the intruders have stolen the contents.
There is something very fishy about all of this. Can't open any of the drawers. Really? It looks like there's something else to look at here. But nothing is... Aha!
A bottle of wine is missing here. The criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house. They only took a little silverware.
All right. What else can we find before examining the body?
A deer hunt. A fur trader's cabin.
Some lady. I guess he was expecting company.
A decanter standing next to the open bottle. An inseparable pair indeed. There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being poured.
Interesting.
This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing.
Is he actually seeing like a real bee's wing?
This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. It is rather strange that only one of these glasses has dregs of beeswing inside it, while the other two are clear.
I agree.
Chateau Calon-Ségur, French
Ségur.
wine, Grand Cru.
Sounds very fancy.
A fur trader's cabin. trapper's hut. A trapper's hut.
A trapper's hut. Oh, here's the French window his wife mentioned.
A hunting scene. A hunter's cabin.
A hunter's cabin. Do I have to look at every single painting?
A hunter scene. The Brackenstall family appear to be preoccupied with hunting.
Pretty sure it's just it. And now he has been the hunted.
So, Watson, what have you learned from examining Sir Eustace's body?
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing his attacker when he received the blow to his head. There are no other apparent injuries.
He's not wearing shoes.
Barefoot. He had therefore been in bed and did not have time to fully dress.
Okay. Here's
Quite a
stick.
large stick. A formidable weapon.
Try unscrewing the top. Maybe there's a sword inside.
That must be the murder weapon.
Oh, God.
The head was cracked with the force of the blow.
Oh, he's not wearing his wedding ring.
It is covered in blood. Sir Eustace might have struck his head upon it while falling from the blow. That is one possible explanation.
All right. Mantelpiece. Oh, there's no way. It's a secret fake fireplace.
It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me.
Oh. Must be one of the sons. What's the bell? Oh, to like summon the maid? That is way less fun.
This door leads to the upstairs bedrooms. Apparently the criminals did not venture there.
I don't care. Let me snoop. Right, I guess we'll head outside. Next. God, this is a beautiful home. Side door does not open. Nothing in the fountain. And no sign of a combination for the wall safe yet, either. Couple of empty planters. But it doesn't seem like there's anything outside for us to find. Not at the moment, anyway. Let's hit up Watson and Lestrade and see what they have to say.
The death was instant.
Well, that's good. Was that the bell rope? Ah, that's what they used to tie the wife to the chair.
This is the chair that Lady Brackenstall was tied to. Sailor's knots. That's interesting. This rope was handled by the murderers. We need a scent hound to follow their trail. I will take it with me.
Excellent. Hey, Seg, what's going on? How you doing? Good evening, everyone. I hope you are well. I am. I appreciate that. And I hope you are as well, my friend. Alright, it looks like we found pretty much everything in the murder room. What are you looking at, Lestrade? Longingly. Hand on the windowsill.
I've searched outside for footprints without any luck.
Oh. Good talk.
There are 3 glasses on the dining room table. I was wondering if...
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself the first time, each of them had a glass in his hand. They might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers, and then they left.
Your ladyship?
So they were not expecting company.
Please leave my Mary alone. She's suffered so much, she deserves some rest.
I wonder if they have a secret relationship going on. Alright, well, I guess we need to head back to lab again. And try to find ourselves a bloodhound. Get some details off of that rope we found. Alright, let's see. What kind of associations can we make? 2 glasses that were decanted and 1 that was not. Fireplace grate, knotted rope, criminals identified, bent poker. I guess those 2 don't go together. Those 2 do. The poker and the dead body. Oh. The Randalls are certainly well known. Really? The bell rope on the chair was tied with a sailor's knot. Okay, I guess those 2 don't go together. From Australia. That's it. They've been identified. They were Aussies. Okay, and I guess that's it.
Let us see how the rope was cut.
Sounds good to me.
The fibers at the end of the rope are smoothly cut. Let us try to find out what tool was used to cut the rope.
I mean, it's either a knife or scissors. I would guess the knife. Whoa!
If I cut the rope with a knife, it matches the original.
My gray matters. Finish 45 mini games and puzzles without skipping.
My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
That's all I did was cut it. Oh, are you a bloodhound, Toby?
Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case.
Look at those ears.
I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's cold cuts.
All right. Time to go on an adventure, Toby.
Search, Toby.
Oh my god, we get to be Toby. Let's go. Oh, we need to head outside. Thank you, Sherlock. I freaking knew there was something in there.
The intruders entered the shed for some reason when they were making off with the silverware.
All right. Where else did they go? Back into the center of the garden. Oh, they went to the well.
The scent leads to the well. I should check it.
You should indeed. We're going full Lassie. Oh, they just hopped over the wall.
The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall.
Yeah, Basset Hound
The criminals
Simulator.
left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed, then across to the well, before fleeing by climbing over the wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route.
I would play that.
Brave Toby, the best nose in the British Empire.
Who's a good boy? All right, let's start with the garden house.
Bags of seed. Some empty bags were recently moved.
Okay.
Small gardening tools, nothing of great interest. This old suitcase sounds hollow. It must be empty.
What do you need a hook for?
This hook might be useful.
You say so? Oh, is that it? Yeah. All right, to the well. A glittering object? Is it a fork?
There's something glittering at the bottom there, but how can I reach it?
Oh. There we go. The windlass.
Silverware. This is hardly a coincidence.
Oh my god, was it the maid? Because she saw how he was treating the wife. This is a fine fork, indeed. Oh my god, it has our freaking coat of arms on it.
The Brackenstall coat of arms. It appears that we have found the stolen silverware.
Well, that's convenient. Okay, silverware found. What else is there? Sharp knife, knotted rope. Those two do not connect. Sailor background. The rope was cut once with a sharp knife and tied quickly in sailor's knots. That could indicate that the intruder had a sailor's background. Why is it always the sailors? 3 people. There were 3 people drinking wine out of these glasses. One of the 3 probably prefers wine with beeswing. No one prefers that. That is not a thing. 2 people. There were 2 people drinking wine out of these glasses. The remaining glass with the beeswing consisted solely of the dregs of the 2 other glasses. I guess that's a possibility. Robbery is the motive. Robbery is confirmed as the motive for the crime. The criminals may have plans to return for the silverware that they dumped. They would have just taken it. We'll go with the imitated robbery. The robbery could have been imitated to explain Sir Eustace's death. The silverware was not supposed to be found. I'm leaning towards 2 people on this one. The Randall gang. The testimonies and evidence match and point to the Randall gang. Or the Randalls blamed. The robbery was faked and the whole story invented in order to blame Sir Eustace's death on the Randalls. Go with that one. A deadly accident. The death of Sir Eustace could have been due to his accidentally striking his head on the fireplace grate. Or poker blow. The death of Sir Eustace could have been due to a poker blow. That I'm not sold on yet. We'll leave it blank for now. Yeah, because we'll head back inside. So we should let Lestrade know. I have the stolen silverware.
Inspector, I have recovered the stolen silverware.
You are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. And where is it?
In the garden well.
Excuse me?
Unique, isn't it?
Rather absurd. What is the point of stealing silverware and then throwing it down into a well?
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place, or simply the thieves wanted to get rid of it. It is up to us to solve this mystery.
All right. You're a wizard, Holmes. Let's see what she says.
We found your mistress's silverware.
Oh, that's good news. You really are as clever as they say.
Indeed.
Yes, I am. I have found your silverware, miss.
We found your silverware, Lady Brackenstall. It had not been taken very far.
Is that true? I am very thankful to you, Mr. Holmes.
Your ladyship?
Okay, that's it? Damn, still no sign of a safe combination. Are they gonna let me go upstairs now?
Holmes, don't look at me like that. I don't know what to think about all this.
Don't look at me, darling. Shouldn't the coroner, like, I don't know, pick up the body?
This door leads to the upstairs bed.
Alright, I guess not. Nothing added there. Oops. Inspect the room where Lady Brackenstall is Okay, I guess there's something else to be found in there.
Hunter scene.
A hunter scene. Is it the pooch? Please be the pooch. Not the pooch. I mean, it's got to be that freaking safe.
Let us try to open this safe.
Oh, I just get to
This
try it.
safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number.
There was no vibration. Oh. Okay. Confirm. At 18. Yes, it is 17 and a half, 17 and a half, and 17 and a half. I've cracked the code. Okay, I don't know why it worked that time. One more. A medical report. Sir Eustace, your current physical and mental state is of great concern. There are several signs of a hepatic decompensation. The last time that we met, your eyes were bloodshot and your skin was tinged with yellow. Oh my god, is he like liver failure? There is a particular odor from your breath that is common in those suffering from liver damage. Then there are lung abscesses that we have discussed. The leg cramps you have described to me are caused by an alteration to the nervous system, which in turn is caused by an excess of alcohol. That includes the tremors. Your liver seems excessively hard at the time of your examination, which is a sign of evolving cirrhosis. There are also signs of ascites, fluid in the peritoneal cavity, which are evident with your swollen stomach. The pain beneath your left rib indicates a pancreatic malady, which may lead to fatal and fulminant pancreatitis. Your condition may pose a risk to others. To others? Your excessive alcohol consumption lowers your self-control and heightens your aggression. I am available to help you with this problem. There are a number of treatment options. And tons of cash.
It is common practice to keep one's valuables in a safe behind a painting. It should not really pose a challenge for a criminal. Antique coins, possibly of value, but they're scattered without care.
All right.
Sir Eustace's doctor speaks of his violent behaviour.
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man. A detestable human being, to be more precise. It is true that he once threw a decanter at me, and all because I dared to stand up to him in defence of my mistress. Sly devil. God forgive me that I should speak of him so now that he's dead, but a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. We met him only 18 months ago. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She'd never been from home before. Wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. She doesn't have any friends here, so it was specially hard for her.
Damn.
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
No personal life and from Australia. No acquaintance. Lady Brackenstall married Sir Eustace shortly after arriving in London and remained at home during that time. There is little possibility that she or her maid are acquainted with anyone in the country. Or she is acquainted with a sailor. Lady is acquainted with someone from the Rock of Gibraltar. That's definitely a possibility. Well, I guess we can leave now.
What do you know about Sir Eustace, Inspector? What was his reputation?
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon when he was drunk. In such moments he was apparently capable of anything. Why, once he splashed fuel on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight. Another day he threw a decanter of wine at Miss Wright's head.
The alcohol seemed to madden him.
To the point that we were forced to intervene several times to avoid a scandal.
God, what an asshole. Jesus Christ. Domestic violence. Sir Eustace was violent towards his wife.
Holmes, don't look at me like that. I don't know what to think about all this.
Yeah, you do. You got what was coming to him. Where's Watson and Toby?
Holmes, don't look at me like that. I don't know what to think.
Oh, what a horrible thing.
Please leave my...
All right. I think we can head on out. Check our notebook as well. Unless this is like the shortest case of all time. I'll go with that one. Poker blow. And 2 people. Murderous visitor. Sir Eustace was murdered by the one person who was visiting that night. It was he who tied up Lady Brackenstall. He is tall and strong. Look for sailor. The person who was visiting that night, was probably a sailor. Alrighty. Search for possible sailor suspects. Okie dokie.
What should we do next, Holmes?
That is an excellent question.
Brave Toby.
Brave Toby. The goodest boy in all of London. Oh, we can look at the Rock of Gibraltar. History? No. Medicine, botany. I think encyclopedias. Flying lobsters. God, I still want to read that article. But they don't let me. I Royal Baccarat scandal. Aha! SS Utopia collision in
My
Gibraltar.
search must be focused upon the ship's name and year of voyage.
Ah! Arrival of the Rock of Gibraltar, a ship returned. The Rock of Gibraltar, a bulk carrier from the Adelaide Southampton London line, Cunard Building, James Street, London, has returned from a 6-month voyage through India, New Zealand, and Australia. The ship brought to England Miss Mary Fraser, the heiress of the Fraser family, owning land and tin mines in Australia. This reportedly beautiful young lady is presently engaged to Sir Eustace Brackenstall, one of the wealthiest gentlemen in Kent.
Here it is. The shipping company, the Adelaide Southampton London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records, including the one for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you without any problems.
But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
The specialists? Am I to write a letter? Or am I hiring that kid again? I'm calling Wiggins. Okay.
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
What was he working on?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893 and their current employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than the Yard in many ways.
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. But we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it. Good work, young Wiggins.
Okay, so apparently half a guinea is like 50 cents. A guinea was worth a pound. We just gave them half a pound to steal this book. He is a terrible influence.
This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor.
All right.
And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide Southampton London Line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th.
Alrighty. January 28th. May 17. March 2nd. November 12th. I guess it would just be this one.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Ah, I see how this works. Oh, I just cancel out people. Charles Chill, Jack Crocker, Ernest Woods, Thomas Walker, Herbert Whittington, and William Partridge. Jack Crocker.
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London.
Oh, it's a possibility. Thomas Walker.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Herbert
This officer
Whittington.
is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
So now we need Ernest Woods, Charles Chill, and William Partridge.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Okay.
This officer was on a ship that's... This officer was on a ship. Captain
right.
Jack Crocker is our mysterious visitor. He was the only one around at the time of the murder.
Simple enough.
This Crocker, do you think...
It would be interesting to meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him.
Call Crocker to confront him.
Wiggins, could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here? Holmes, that could be dangerous.
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know why.
Yes, it is important that we talk. You will soon understand why.
Are you familiar with one Lady Brackenstall?
You are acquainted with Lady Mary Brackenstall, are you not?
Yes, I think I do remember her, from when I was first officer, but I still don't see...
It seems your relationship went beyond that of mere passenger and first officer.
How dare you?
Oh my.
Indeed, how reckless a feeling is love, particularly if one is prepared to commit a murder in its name.
Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight away. You needed to know what I had found.
You... and what do you know?
That evening, you were with Lady Brackenstall, despite the danger.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides, all of this is just guesswork.
You would be right if there was no evidence.
What then?
Give him a once-over. A clear look, honest. A magnificent beard. Strong build. Newspaper ink. Interesting. Clean boots. And a sea knife. You tied her up.
Lady Brackenstall was tied to a chair on the night of the murder. And it was you who tied her up.
You call that evidence?
Objection.
Yes, as she was tied with a sailor's knot. Your handiwork.
So, it's a sailor who's done it. That proves nothing, Mr. Holmes. I'm not the only sailor in London right now. Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Shark. I was supervising the repair of a porthole.
At night.
It was an emergency. There was a leak. You can ask the ship's carpenter. He can confirm.
I'm sure that he can.
A likely story.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
Holmes, what should we do now? Would you like to check his alibi?
No, there is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor, and there will be no way to check.
So, what then?
So, we must work with what we have. We have all the puzzle pieces.
Now I understand why you dissected the bell rope.
These two obviously go together. Crocker's involvement. Crocker is lying. His involvement is clear. He appeared as soon as he heard that I was looking for him, thus signaling his guilt. What? Crocker's alibi. Captain Crocker was aboard the Sharp on the night of the murder. He was not afraid to confront me. He had a confident demeanor. I mean, he did. But that's going to conflict with, like, all of my other stuff. Yeah. The captain is the killer. The captain is the killer. Sir Eustace was murdered by one person who was visiting that night. The murderer is tall and agile and a high-ranking sailor. We can choose to arrest him. He is the murderer, and you will bring him and his accomplice, Lady Brackenstall, to justice. Or absolve Captain Crocker. The murder was committed in self-defense. Jack Crocker defended a woman against a violent and dipsomaniacal man. The mystery is solved, but you decide to keep it a secret. There is no need to inform the police. We'll absolve him.
Wiggins, could you ask Mr. Crocker to come here again, please?
Right away.
Barely an hour has passed.
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
It is over. I know that it was you who killed Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
What?
I know, because of the height at which the rope was cut. The knife used was a sea knife. The knots were sailor's knots, and not least the sheer force that was put behind the killing blow. And because you are the only one who knows Lady Mary Brackenstall in London. And because you love her.
It's true.
It is time for you to tell us the whole truth.
I admit that I loved Mary madly from the first day that I met her. But I never did come to visit her, for I believed that she was in a happy household. When I talked to her maid, who told me everything, I was insane with rage. I was due to set sail for 6 months away. I wanted only to see her again. But it turned into a damnable nightmare when he barged in. He dared raise his hand to her. He was not even worthy of licking her boots. Oh, I regret nothing. I admit I killed the monster out of love for her. She will forgive me if she is able.
Lady Brackenstall already forgave you. She said nothing.
Mary.
But that makes her an accomplice as well as her maid. It places her in danger yet again.
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have managed to protect her.
Till I die, do you hear me? Here is a letter that sets everything clear, and it is the one that should be disclosed to the police. I am the only culprit. Mary had nothing to do with it. Now it is time to end this.
Oh! Come on, Holmes.
Please forgive me, Captain Crocker. I wished only to test your sincerity, and your words and deeds have far exceeded my expectations. See here, Captain Crocker, we'll do this in due form of law. You are the prisoner. Watson, you are a British jury. Captain Crocker, the evidence shows that you acted without premeditation and used reasonable force to protect an innocent victim from her husband's brutality. Your devotion pushed you to attempt to kill yourself in order to protect the one you love. Now, what say you, gentlemen of the jury?
Not guilty, my lord.
Vox populi, vox Dei. You are acquitted, Captain Crocker. So long as the law does not find some other victim, you are safe from me.
Mr. Holmes.
It is a great responsibility that I take upon myself, but I will give Lestrade an excellent lead, and if he can't avail himself of it, I can do no more. Come back to your lady in a year, and may her future and yours justify us in the judgment which we have pronounced this night.
Aww. That was a good one.
Inspector, I'm afraid that the murderers have escaped us.
What? Do you mean to tell me that you failed? Never thought I'd live to see the day.
I mentioned the murderers, not the case. It is obvious that the crime was committed by 3 criminals who cannot be the Randalls.
You really think so?
You only need to find a gang of 3 thugs wandering around. I can trust you to do that.
If they exist, I'll catch them.
You'll find someone, I have no doubt of it. Goodbye, Inspector.
They're just gonna pin it on like 3 random people. The Abbey Grange affair. Sir Eustace was murdered by Captain Jack Crocker, who was visiting Lady Brackenstall that night. They staged it as a robbery by the Randall gang. Crocker used his sea knife to cut the bell rope to tie the lady, and then hid the silverware in the well. Jack Crocker defended a woman against a violent and dipsomaniacal man. You've decided to keep it a secret. I'll stick with that one. Personality ranking just. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. And an omnivorous reader received 3 messages from those whom you condemned or absolved.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What?
Oh my god.
Where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
You have a new case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us go.
Let us be off at once. Hey, General, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome on in. Appreciate you stopping by. And Jim, how you doing? Chilling at the gym right now. How fitting. Hope your day's been good. It's been great. Appreciate that. Yeah, so apparently Sherlock Holmes's voice actor is Carrie Shale. Recent television works includes Wednesday and The Sandman, as well as multiple characters in The Amazing World of Gumball. I don't know what that is. But he was in Anotria, the last song, the Italian Souls-like that came out fairly recently. Warhammer 40,000, Space Marine 2. He was Luz, Demirium Machine Spirit. He was in Black Myth Wukong. He played 3 characters in that. Alan Wake 2. RoboCop Rogue City. A podcast series called The Goat Doctor. There's a video game called Chicken Police. He was in that. He was in Central Intelligence. Well, it's a podcast series. And Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6 remastered. Doing good. I'm glad to hear it. Looks like we're headed to the Kew Gardens. There's not a whole lot of space in this carriage, is there? You would think they would choose like 2 corners.
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
Obviously, Watson. Space Marine 2, probably where I heard that from. Had played that game a lot. Oh, nice. But a few other notable ones as well. A bit surprising, I agree. Is that RoboCop any good? I was thinking about trying it out sometime. I think I looked at the trailer. I've not played it, but I thought it looked good. I was planning on snagging it the next time it went on sale. What are the ratings on it? Got like an 8, 7.9 on IMDb. RoboCop. Rogue. Oh, it's on sale on Steam for $10. This is a 4 out of 4.5 stars out of 5 on Steam, and like 12,000 reviews.
What are we doing, Holmes?
Let us find someone who could help us.
A few people I know enjoyed it. Might be a tad short though. Okay.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer, and without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favour for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens, and that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
Yo, this place must smell so good.
Here it is. This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
Oh.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The 2 of you were good friends?
He was my father.
Oh dear. Our condolences. We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house.
Holmes?
Yes, just here, near the door to the colonial collection. He suffered a heart attack, just like that, so suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
The plot thickens. Examine the place of Dunn's death. Plants from the east and the land of the rising sun. Hell yeah. I wonder if they were like showcasing bonsai trees.
What should we do next, Holmes?
The plants were here. All of them were stolen.
You are truly an ace detective, Sherlock. Nothing gets past you. planners.
According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead.
Okay. There's some cracks on the doors. Footprints. Dirt.
Soil. It should have come from a flower pot.
Okay.
The soil on the side of this flower shelf is the same as that on the ground.
Not surprising.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
No, they were obviously planted there. By the murderer.
The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here.
Someone having a heart attack?
The door was smashed at shoulder height.
Ooh, goddamn. Is he like a football player?
This door handle is new. It was recently changed.
Okay. And a broken esconsson.
The esconsson was breached near the handle. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
I agree. I mean, this place must, like, insure their plants, right? Oh, they have the Vileplume one. It's carnivorous, and I think it makes the scent of, like, rotting flesh.
These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire.
British India. Singapore. Oh, they have a Venus flytrap. Hell yeah. What else is in here? There's something to investigate. Ugh.
Very strange. Half of the Colonial Collection is absent.
Detergent.
The smell is strong. It is a detergent.
Okay. A stone chip.
This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture. These windows were perfectly cleaned. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
Okay. Is there anything inside of it? There's no, like, residue. What does this say? Colonial room parameters.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Makes sense.
Blood.
Blood.
This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it. Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash. Most likely a head wound.
So it wasn't a heart attack. It looks like we've... Oh,
Do not touch.
someone did not heed that sign. Dionea carnivorous. Carlina nebriare. Florum diabolica. Goddamn. That's quite the name. Chromalena odorata. Prunus serotina. Alamphorus tepuis. Biblis. Genlisea violacea, Arlingtonia, and Cracoucus cephalotus.
Here is a list of the stolen plants.
Sounds like it's these. I'm sure I nailed the pronunciation.
According to this, they have light and moisture control and...
It's another sign. Oh, they have a freaking desert biome here. This place is so rad.
These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
Oh, is it like of the pot maker? Okay, nothing in there. Oh, we're back
There's a smell
outside.
of burning.
Oh, that's not good. Fireplace, broken pot, a broom.
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
Definitely Asian.
The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned.
There's a gas mask
A
in here.
protective mask.
Looks like a shy guy. Oh, the old door handle.
Door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the Colonial Collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material. A broom handle was half burned. The remains of a picture frame.
Okay. What else is in here?
A protect...
Alright, the gas mask. There's something inside of it?
Someone set it alight, but it did not burn.
Okay. Well, that's it. Suspicious.
Colonial Collection.
Colonial collection.
Palm House. Water Lily Greenhouse. Dry Tropics.
You are here.
Ventilation System. Seed House.
This is a massive garden.
Nursery. Director's Office, Cloakroom, and Laboratory.
Laboratory. Alright. I don't see anything else to look at.
A map of Kew Gardens.
Huh. Just in case you did not know where you were. Is there something on the back of it? No.
What?
There's nothing to investigate about the sign itself. Sure why it's not like fully examined though.
A water tank.
Oh my god, it is a water tank.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
Oh, of the staff buildings.
A ventilation...
Okay, what about the greenhouse? Of old pots. Right. What's in here? The seed house.
Seed house.
Seed
Locked.
It's locked. Okay, we'll go somewhere else. Oh, we got another map.
Colonial. Water. Dry. Vent.
Sure.
Farmhouse.
Oh, in my house. It looks like we're heading into the nursery.
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 Locked.
Oh, come on. Why is everything locked? Where's that dead guy's son? Is it this one?
Locked.
I thought he said it was the building beside the greenhouse. This one? The director's office. Okay, it's not that one. Hey, Martin, can I have the key? Myopic, inexpensive glasses. Give him the once-over. A dirty collar. Unmarried, okay. And a gardener's hands.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
So, about those door keys, can I have them?
Would you unlock the doors for us?
Do you expect to find the stolen plants there? I am sorry, but those rooms are private.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Thank you for what? It was no help at all. Maybe that kid has the keys. Alright, let's just interact with this map.
Hello.
Okay. Oh, maybe it's this one. Oh, no, that's just the pathway. Yeah, we still have, like, no synapses to form. Can I pickpocket him? Get the key that way? Also, why didn't we ask him about the frickin' fire pit?
Dry tropics.
The British plants.
According...
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Oh, gonna jump out for a few. All good. A few things to take care of. Enjoy the rest of your game. I appreciate that. And thank you for stopping by. Always appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Do you work here?
do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only. For I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
Alright. See what details we can find about this guy. Red eyes, wept, recently consumed by grief. Sheesh. Oh, it's a shaving cut. And clean hands.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Well, he definitely doesn't garden here, that's for sure.
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
What should we do next, Holmes?
That is an excellent question. Alright, what evidence have we found so far? We'll try and see if we can gauge what to do next off of that. Okay, so we need to search the archives for a few things. Just a bunch of symbols. And examine the place where Montague Dunn met his death. Is it not the greenhouse room? Go back there very quickly. And then we'll head back to the office.
Dry?
Dry.
What?
We looked at the footprints. Broken sign. Broken pot. There's nothing new to look at, really. Okay.
Nope.
Maybe we'll gain more access to the botanical garden after learning more about those symbols and crests. See, the archives are this one. Early Rye, work of Edward Armitage. No. Looking for anything to deal with plants. Cocaine toothache drops. And snake oil.
That is not the one I need.
Okay, so we can look at poisonous plants. These plants have a certain toxicity in common, more or less variable. Hold up, it was all the plants that were stolen? They're all poisonous?
Here it is.
Okay. Now we need symbols. Poisons and toxins.
That is not the one I need.
Cyanide, mercury. Wounds and injuries.
That is not the one I need.
State and kill boxing. Oh yes, Bartitsu. The ancient martial arts.
That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need.
Okay. Excuse me, that's the symbol for the Divine Syndicate. The Divine Scholastic Syndicate for Vegetation Veneration. The members of this syndicate worship Trewan, the God King. They strive to obtain spiritual peace and release themselves from the material world. Okay, so they're Buddhist. So generous donations are appreciated.
Here it is.
All right, we got that one.
The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
Now we need this S symbol. Symbol on the flower pots found at Kew Gardens. The pots did not belong there.
That is not the one I need.
It's not S for snake oil.
That is not the one I...
Maddest War, Abuklea. Mining.
That is not the one I need.
Scandal at the Divine Syndicate. Okay, not you. Telephone system, Dorian Gray, Dalton King.
That is not the one I need.
Marks and symbols.
That is...
Not the skull and crossbones. Oh, Seymour's Garden. Garden equipment and supplies. We are a premium supplier for all your landscape gardening and timber requirements. Full range supply and delivery of sand, soils, mulches, pots, and anything else you may need. 3 Blurton Road, London.
Here it is.
Well, they give us an address. Oh, it's for Brackenstall. Dear Mr. Holmes, I have finally found the courage to write you a letter. I can scarcely find the words to express my gratitude for your kindness. On that terrible day, I believed my life to be ruined, but at the same time, I realized there to be one person in the world who truly loved me and who I loved in return. His name we both know. He is Captain Jack Crocker. His love has given me a true reason to live. Even if we cannot be together in the end, none of this could have happened without you, Mr. Holmes. Yours sincerely, Mary Brackenstall. That was a sweet one.
A map of London and...
Right, we did get an address, however, it doesn't let us actually go there. I guess we'll head back to the garden. What's up, dork? Have you heard of the Divine Syndicate?
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
I never joke.
Ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
I don't believe you. What about you?
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
God, I don't know if this game is like L.A. Noire or not. He looked away very briefly when he said no, that he had not heard of the Divine Syndicate. Those two do not go together. Which means...
Palm House.
Palm House. There's gotta be something else to look at here. Excuse me, Watson. Move! Out of the way! There actually is nothing in this front room.
Palm.
Palm House. Big balloon.
Do not touch.
No, wait, another warning. Oh, do not touch. Got a hose. Where it goes, nobody knows. We definitely looked at everything here, I thought. Oh, the broken pot. They fixed it.
This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced. All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination to make sense of it all.
Imagination. Examine the place of Dunn's death completed. Okay, so he was poisoned with the plants, collapsed, and fell on the fence. Determine the correct sequence of events. Okay. Activate. No. Deactivate. Breaks the door. He knocks over the pot and then falls on the fence.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder?
Right. Let's see. Empty Colonial Collection, Dunn was trapped. Montague Dunn was trapped in the Colonial Collection room. He forced the door and died in the Water Lily greenhouse. Alright. We have our first synapse formed. Perform an autopsy. The death is suspicious. Why had he forced the door of the Colonial Collection room? Why had someone cleaned and emptied the room? Was it a trap or a simple accident? It's a trap!
Let...
Nope.
Looks like we're headed to Scotland Yard.
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy, then.
From where? We didn't, like, dig up his grave, did we? I mean, I guess you gotta do what you gotta do, but damn. Oh. Wait, what's in here? Oh, his belongings.
A beautiful feather pen of a good make. This watch is of great value.
A Costco club card.
A membership card for the London Crest Club.
All right. And a letter to Mr. F. Wayne, director of Wayne & Sons Printing Company. My friend, your posters for the great exhibition at Kew Gardens are very beautiful, but it is surely unnecessary to mention all of the staff. My name alone will be sufficient. Montague Dunn.
First of all, let us carry out an external examination.
Okie dokie.
There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy.
What else?
No redness, stings, or bruises.
None on this hand either.
Nothing suspicious here.
What about his face?
There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse. The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal.
Okay.
Now, let us examine the internal organs.
Oh! He's gonna cut him open.
The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs.
No, like clogging. Alright.
The lungs are congested and edematous.
What the hell is that?
The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant.
Here's his liver.
The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction.
Not uncommon.
The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs.
Here's his stomach.
The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs.
Alrighty.
There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death.
What did he have? Oh. Put that back. Can't look at his intestines.
The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs. My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean
Yes, it is murder.
we should inform Lestrade?
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
That's right. It was me
The
and me
challenge,
alone.
Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No, we also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No, a few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes, Watson, it is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building. I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
The sounds are great. They were great. All right, back to the gardens we go. Makes me want to read that book. It's like the only book he ever reads, Crimes and Punishments. Start with you.
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
Yeah, but I bet those glasses let you see into the future.
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression. Great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
Okay, and what would that be?
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say. He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That
And
he had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr.
Oh my. Hey now.
Mr. Hamish, can you tell us who holds the keys to the locked greenhouses?
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes, Albert keeps all the keys, and one can only imagine why.
What do you mean?
Well, he was never interested in Kew Gardens before, and now all of a sudden he is trying to act as if he owns the place. I think he wants to take over the management here. He'd do better to leave that to me. He has no experience. No, none at all.
I mean, did the dad own it and pass it on to his son? Because he does own it.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks.
Jesus Christ.
Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
Aww.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
Yes,
The
why?
way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And why, he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
So where are these lethal plants that used to be there?
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
I don't trust this guy at all. My money's on him doing it. Okay, let's go get those keys.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
I know it.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah, at the moment I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
So tell me about the relationship you had with your father.
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens, and I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
That's right. That's the spirit.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
Really?
Indeed. That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively. With indifference.
That sounds like it.
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
I don't.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
He still sounds so ominous when he says that.
Locked.
Not anymore. Oh, there's a safe. This is a crazy save. Okay. 2 left, 2 right. Damn. Okay, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. Oops. Oh. Alright, I think we got it. 2, 2, 3, 3, 6, 6. Or 5, 5, excuse me. I'll just go this way. Hey, we're in. Alright, what's in the safe? My dear friend, please allow me to express my disappointment upon reading your last letter. I am paying you to defend me and not to accuse me. Kew Gardens is a royal institution. We are granted the great opportunity to travel the world and to save the most extraordinarily precious and rare species of plant. Our duty is to protect such species, and from those who might wish to use them for a dubious purpose. This divine syndicate of whom you speak have no right to hold such precious plants. Remember the case of June 14th, 1889. Okay, we're gonna have to check that out in our archive. So I must respectfully ask you once again to notarize the permissions of these plants on behalf of Kew Gardens. The documents were sent to you on Monday. P.S. If you see you in Boodles on Tuesday as always. When is Boodles? Boodles of Boodles. Montague Dunn. A letter of complaint. Mr. Dunn, we must ask you for the last time for the return of our dear sisters. You do not have any right to hold them imprisoned. They do not belong to you. Your so-called permissions are wholly false. You are hiding behind lies. The lie we need not elaborate. That was reported in the press as the case of June 14th, 1889, so they are also referring to this case. What you have done is quite abhorrent. Be very sure that we shall never abandon our family members. We trusted you, and regret having done so. The Divine Syndicate. Jesus Christ. And a third letter.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Why not? Oh. Personal loan debt of Miss Margaret White to Mr. Montague Dunn. Rental of a suite of rooms at Oxford Street. An educational scholarship at the London University. Credits opened at Hamilton. Radigan House Tailors. And at Baird & Sons Luxury Jewelers. Interesting.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
The Times. Kew Gardens success. New plant species. The Kew Gardens team are pleased to announce the successful production of a new variety of barley. One that retains a complete resistance to the cold. They have named it the Siberian barley. Mr. Martin Hamish, the proud cultivator of the graft, will hold a press conference next Monday morning upon this very subject. Yet another letter. My dearest Margaret, following our last conversation, I believe it might be better if you vacate your position here at Kew Gardens. As you pointed out quite bluntly, you are no longer in need of my support. You are quite able to stand up for yourself in this world, as you say. Well, I give you back your freedom and wish you nothing but good luck, Montague Dunn. The breakup. Oh, is that it? There's some champagne.
Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste.
He did indeed.
French wine. A remarkable vintage.
Ah. Yet expensive taste.
A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
Reynold? That his real name? Looks like we found everything in there. Albert's ambition. Let's go with poisoning. No. Those two go together, obviously. White's expulsion. Montague Dunn wanted to fire Miss White. Dunn was trapped in the greenhouse. White and Dunn. The money that Montague Dunn regularly gave to Miss White far exceeded the needs of a student. Two go together. Okay, he was trapped and poisoned. And that is it. Dunn was poisoned after being trapped in the Colonial Collection Room by the killer. Montague Dunn was affected by inhaling a virulent vegetal poison. Know that theft and murder. The killers may be those who stole the exotic plants, including the deadly species, from the last exhibition at Kew Gardens. And disagreements. Miss White and Mr. Dunn had a recent disagreement. Montague Dunn was planning to release Miss White from her position at Kew Gardens.
Locked.
Check out this room next. Oh, this is Miss White's laboratory. Wet bottle trace.
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory.
Okay.
Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops of the substance.
He carried it around.
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a faint scent. We need a good nose.
Hey, Toby's making his return. Fetch Toby. Okay, what else is in here?
This is a
for
table
experiments.
for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
Oi. What is that supposed to mean, Watson?
A phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory.
Edison Standard Phonograph.
I don't hear anything.
Slide that in.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
Right. What about this one? 245S. Let me put it in.
study report.
Okay. Evidence is required. Okay. So it seems like there is a missing recording.
Chemicals. A sufficient quantity for some serious experiments.
Okay. A university book, University of Cambridge, Botanical Section.
A botany book.
Alright, can we open it? Albert Dunn, repeat year.
This student's book belongs to Albert.
What else can we find? Nothing in the bag. Oh, it's the gas mask.
Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals.
Wonder whose station this is.
Gloves. Waterproof aprons. Everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
Yes, they do.
It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here.
Sharp as always. Alright, I think that might be it in here. No bits of paper in the fireplace. Oh, here's the cloakroom.
Locked.
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key to this door.
It does not matter. We will open it.
Hell yeah. Warrant. Who needs a warrant? Here's the first one. With you. This is a funky one. So it's not that. Pressing like this. Gotta be like that. Am I missing a piece? I wonder. Okay, we go this way. Around.
Open.
Open! God, I wish I could just do that in real life.
Miss White's
Miss
locker.
White.
Apparently, Miss White is a capable student.
She has her master's.
A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
Dear Mother and Father, I am writing this letter with reluctance to ask for your help. My studies and my housing costs have proven to be more expensive than I had anticipated. I fear, therefore, that I may not be able to manage in the long term. I know that we have had our disagreements in the past, but would you be so heartless as to allow your daughter to fail her studies due to lack of money, Margaret? I should a jewel box.
These jewels must be worth a small
Why
fortune.
she didn't just sell them? A vanity purse.
A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
I don't know what makes that different from a normal purse. What's in it? Letter from the family. Margaret, we were surprised to receive your letter. How could you think to ask us for money after all of these years that have passed since you left, without any thought of us? You have never shared with us any detail of your success at the university, but you choose to do so now? We suppose you must be ashamed of us, for we are not from the same high class as your new friends. Yes, we are modest people, but you should learn to put your family first, as we at home have always done. And none of us ever compromise their reputation, as it appears you have already with your employer, Mr. Dunn. No, Margaret, it is you who makes us feel ashamed, your parents. Dear Margaret, I know how your financial troubles are overwhelming you at this present time. Please let me reassure you that I could not permit you to remain in such a dilemma. I was born of a wealthy family. I would consider it an honor if you might accept my help. Your devoted servant, Albert. Aww.
Martin Hamish's
Okay.
locker. A review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces.
Documents. Martin Hamish's ambition. Mr. General Secretary, recent events unfolding at Kew Gardens oblige me to renew my application for the management position. As I have stated already in my previous letters, I believe that no one is better suited for the post. While Mr. Montague Dunn was alive, I understood your reservation to my suggestion. Your reasons were political, and so I was happy to comply. But now, the Kew Gardens lie in disorder. How can I stand by and allow it? How can I leave them in the hands of inexperienced people with no motivation? I must urge you to cast your decision as a matter of urgency, so that I may devote myself entirely to the noble task ahead, and free my mind from this uncertainty.
Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting.
Some sort of photograph. Father and I, Kew Gardens.
Father and I, Kew Gardens.
Just stole it.
Albert's locker.
An excellent top hat. Oh, a boat. Okay.
Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea.
And a refusal letter.
A rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College.
Royal Navy School of NCOs, Recruitment Center, London. Sir, it is my regret to inform you that despite your excellent results within our entry examinations, we are unable to invite you into the Royal Navy School. Your father, Mr. Montague Dunn, has expressed his intention to entrust to you the directorship of the Royal Botanical Gardens in Kew. And it is clear that he would not release you for an entire year of naval training. Please accept all our best wishes for your future at Kew Gardens. Yours faithfully, J.M. Lamerchand, Director of the Royal Navy Training Center. Yo, he got in, but his dad said no, pretty much. God damn. That sucks. Oh, there's something else to look at. Is it the boat? It is not the boat. It's like a hidden letter. It's not letting me move the stack of books. Oh.
Young Albert, standing with a woman in front of London University.
Oh. Alright, so we gathered data. Well, let's investigate everything and then go back to, I guess, our interrogation. Now that we have the master key. Locked.
These young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery.
Indeed.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Right, whose desk is this? It's Martin Hamish's desk.
A thesis written by Martin Hamish. A glasses case. It is empty. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office.
It's not looking good for Martin. I'll tell you that.
An award presented to Martin Hamish for Best Grower of the Year.
Not the best shower, though.
A master's degree diploma. It belongs to Martin Hamish.
What else is in here? Some beakers. More plants.
These young...
Is that it? I think that might be it. Exhibition of rare and exotic plants. New gardens. There's nothing else to interact with. Oh, it's a bust. Is there a chip missing? There is.
I am curious if the marble that we found will fit this place. Here it is. The marble fragment that we found in the Colonial Collection Room is what they have in common.
No surprises there.
It is a bust of Montague Dunn. The seeds of plant species are stored here.
Yeah. Okay. Can't look under the tarp.
Locked.
What is this one? The seed house. Okay, that is where Miss White is supposed to be. Oh.
Look, Holmes, this charming lady must be Miss White. She's entering the seed house.
She was indeed. Now, that does not require a key. It was already open. I don't think we can interact with the ventilation system yet.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff
We
building.
cannot. Right, to the seed house. Open. just gonna start doing that now. Every time I walk up to an automatic door. Open!
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
Alright. Guessing this is her desk. Oh, it's Albert's desk.
Materials for college study. They belong to Albert.
To Albert.
These leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used. This place serves as Albert's office. A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants.
Alright. So we can't see anything from that window. Looks like we covered just about everything. I'm surprised she does not have a desk. Unless it's just the... like the chem lab.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you, too. But...
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
I'll just see about that. Nothing on her face. Or that brooch. Expensive perfume. Pink marks. So she was malnourished. Poor family. Thought there would have been like a rash to the plants. Guess not. What am I missing? Clean hands. Not seeing like any stains. Right, we get it. She's from a poor family. Not her belt buckle. Oh my god, it was that?
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
What do you know about the incident?
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Do you work here?
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
What was your relationship with the director like?
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual
I beg your
father.
pardon?
He had an exceptional nature?
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you, by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
The sin part? Miss White?
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
Indeed. What else do we have to do? We just kept their fork. Chronicle. Alright. Find the plant that was used to kill Mr. Montague Dunn. Find out who killed Mr. Montague Dunn. And use Toby to track the strange scent from the laboratory.
Nursery.
Alright, we'll speak with the son next. Then Martin. And then we'll go and get Toby. Back in our office. Open!
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
Objection! I guess it would just be his hopes.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
He's not the least bit curious how we figured that out. We literally just broke into the coat room.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
Right, the photograph with his father.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. and as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father, so it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
So, about that bust.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
I highly doubt that.
It is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently.
That is not my job.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Oh, we have so many of these things. Albert's humiliation, the new director, White Studies, deadly plants stolen. Miss White's family. These two go together. Oh, they don't. None of them, really. Okay. Alright, what's this? Hamish's motive. Martin Hamish had a motive. He believed that he and his father's lives had been ruined by Dunn, who had taken the credit for all of their work. Hamish wished to take over the directorship of Kew Gardens, but he knew that would not be possible with Dunn still alive. Okay. Albert's humiliation and his ambition. He dreamed of being a sailor. Albert's motive. Albert had a motive to kill his father, Montague Dunn. Dunn had thwarted Albert's dream of joining the Royal Navy. By killing his father, Albert could have his revenge and eventually succeed in his father's place as the director of Kew Gardens. We have White and Dunn and the family. Margaret White's studies and social situation were completely dependent upon Montague Dunn's wealth. That's it for now. Back to Baker Street. Where's Toby? There you are. Oh my god, it's Watson checking out that lady. Move over, Watson. Enjoying the view.
Someone should take Toby for a walk.
Yes, are you busy?
Have you found something interesting?
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens.
Yes, our Dr. Watson is clearly busy.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance. Search, Toby. Search.
Oh, we're going into the greenhouse. Oh, maybe not. Really? What'd you find, boy?
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found.
Oh, it's a bottle.
This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried
The
here.
laboratory.
There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
A bottle. Imagine we need to take this back to our lab for analysis. I'll just double check. We also need to search the archives for the case of June 14th, 1889. Alright, well, we'll start with the newspaper. 1889. Scandal at the Divine Syndicate. The Divine Syndicate Club, followers of the God King Traywan, situated on 48 Grosvenor Street, Carleton Road, protectors of plants and more, particularly trees, are currently the subject of an administrative investigation. The leaders of this organization are suspected of financial malfeasance. It may be that this investigation will lead to charges of judiciary. Meanwhile, many voices have risen high against this inspection, denouncing the state. In fact, this private organization, which has given as its goal the defense and protection of nature, and which incorporates many persons of influence, including political representatives of the opposition party.
Here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
Oh, we have a new location. Sweet. Sects, secrets.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis.
Alrighty.
This is the bottle that we found hidden at Kew Gardens. Let us use a pipette to take a sample of the liquid and fill a test tube.
Here's the pipette. We'll leave one for control.
A colorless, water-based liquid.
Drink it. What's the worst that could happen? Inhale.
Quite a strong floral aroma.
All right. Oh my God, we are gonna taste it.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens.
I mean, are the caterpillars still alive? Yeah, breathe it in.
Small colorless crystals.
Okay.
Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you.
Right, and we need the pipette. Let me pour it in. I don't know where my marker is. Do I line it up with the shadow? No. Not the point. Ah! It was there for like half a second. Where'd it go? Like somewhere around here. Aha. Now shake it.
Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
Is working on a fertilizer that unusual? I don't think so.
My analysis table, it
is useful for my work. Okay, so find the plant that was used to kill him, find out who killed him, and find out what the Divine Syndicate is concealing. Well, let's head there next.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
let us find someone who could help us.
Of course, he's doing Tai Chi in a Zen garden. You know, as you do. Did he just, like, hop into the center? Let's talk to him after. Trying to explore a little bit. Oh, can we hit the gong? Hell yeah. Is this ruining your concentration? So it wants me to use my special vision. Aha! We found a pot piece.
A fragment of a flower pot.
And something hidden. Oh, it's the pots that were at the garden.
The Kew Gardens symbol.
I'll take that for later. What else can we find? Oh, ring the bell too. Oh. All right, are they gonna let us inside? Locked. All right, we'll hit up the guru.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock.
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance, do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcome you are. To introduce myself, I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Yeah, okay, Yoda, cool it.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis.
the Divine Scholastic Syndicate for Vegetation Veneration and Meditation. You may say, the Divine Syndicate. Glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
Hold up, I see that neck tat. Is he just a part of the triad? Tattoo. What else we got? Fingertip calluses. And a palm injury, an acid burn.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God,
Oh, God.
King?
Traywan, the God King.
Our God King's name is Traywan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh, la. Good, good. I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
Are you familiar with the Kew Gardens?
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
Symbol on a broken pot, the Kew Gardens symbol. Branded flower pots. Keys for the new gardens. It's either one of these. I think we'll go with the flower pots. Shit. Select the correct answer.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
Oh my goodness. I'm terrible at this. Yes, they're not worthy.
Not worthy there.
Symbol in a broken pot, buried chemistry flask, Kew Gardens symbol. Aha!
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search. Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
That's what I said.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his greenfly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
You do know you're not a plant, right? Alright, let's go inside. Oh, there's someone here.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke
It's
of.
not opium, is it? He just...
This is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
No wonder this cult is so popular. Who's on here? Lord D. Sherbrooke, Mr. F. Mackenzie, Mr. T. Stapleton, Mrs. C.S. Spencer, J.G. Spencer, Lord J.G. Spencer, Lieutenant Colonel, Mrs. A. Lath, W. Straub, Mrs. A. Alton, Sir J. Alton, and Mr. Y. Halkett.
The list of plant friends and benefactors, lawyers, well-known manufacturers, political leaders.
All right.
This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
Ah. Oh. Okay, this one just takes both of them. Really? I mean, that looks right. We align those. Do something like this instead. There's only one line there. Oh, I can move these like that, really? Okay. Okay, and then you go like that. All the way around. But it breaks right here. Oh, shit. Hey, we got it. And we're in. Where are they hiding? They have a lab of their own.
This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens.
Did they poison their plants?
This cabinet is full of chemicals. They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens.
Okay.
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments. A vast amount of opium.
God.
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
Oh, we know what those politicians were up to in here. They don't give a shit about plants. Okay, I guess that's it in here. Just the opium den. Oh, so this is Traywan.
This must be Traywan, the Divine Syndicate's god.
All right. Bunch of incense.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
These are very fancy shelves.
A tropical plant.
What about these?
These 3 plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
They are mine now. Sect secrets complete.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
It's our door. Hello, Watson. What are these? A cage with caterpillars.
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them.
They are? Which ones? Okay, suspicious ingredients, white studies, deadly plants stolen. Okay. The sect stole everything. The Divine Syndicate stole all the plants from the exhibition, including the deadly species. They could have used them in order to murder Montague Dunn, or partial theft. The Divine Syndicate stole all but the deadly plants from the exhibition. Well, they definitely stole all of them. Because we found them. Those two go together. Set up the experiment. Set up the alkaloid from a chemical laboratory and the caterpillars and perform the experiment with the deadly plants. Alright. Oops.
Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
Perfect. That's it. Now, who the hell are you? Adept.
Osmosis and photosynthesis.
And Jones. Osmosis Jones. The drug table, right. Looks like we've checked out everything. We are leaving.
Follow my path, and better you will fear.
Okay, it's back to the lab again.
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask.
We have a gas mask? I'm sorry, it's not that one.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid.
God, those things are so huge. I wonder what they eat. Is it just birds? I had a feeling it would be this one.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid.
Or
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
okay. Or even more.
No reaction.
Huh. All right. Okay, they just close.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched.
Put that back.
This plant becomes inactive after...
I will take the caterpillars.
I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating.
Oh, it's gone. Goddamn. Oh.
How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism.
Like a porcupine. What about this one? Oh.
It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it.
Oh my god. Right, we'll swap them out. It's supposed to be open, right, or something? Alright, so pour this back on.
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
It does indeed.
Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary.
Extraordinary.
The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
They won't suspect that. Not one bit. The Divine Syndicate left the plants at Kew Gardens in order to murder Montague Dunn at a later date, where someone stole the deadly plants before the Divine Syndicate were able to. And the sect stole everything, or it was a partial theft? I mean, I guess there were more plants on the list, and they only had 3 of them. Maybe it was just a partial theft. With that, which means the sect is not involved. None of them tie together just yet. Let's start with you.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
And what were you doing that morning exactly?
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Okay. We'll corroborate that with Albert.
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious. Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysa something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. These Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
Okay.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh, my God.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
All right, now we go speak with Miss White. He runs like an old man.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house. I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
Certainly.
Thank you, miss.
Some time later.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
He just left us here with the keys. All right, let's go find that recording first. And I think now we can go back to the ventilation. That would be my guess. Alright, this is the lab. Here we go. We need a 320, which is not here. Evidence is required. Here we go.
Here it is.
320.
Cylinder records.
Slap that bad boy in.
These plants, classified as shrubs or grasses, have adapted to their arid environment due to a system of underground roots.
This recording seems very long. It is unnecessary to listen to all of it. Miss White was in the laboratory, as she told us.
I thought we would, like, hear the screams of Martin and Albert, but I guess not. Hopefully we still have that plant with us.
First of all, I need to visit the Colonial Collection Room to see how those caterpillars dropped onto the deadly plants.
Oh, okay. Thankfully it's right here. I imagine it was that hatch we saw earlier. This one. Determine the correct sequence of events. Inhaling spores, knocked over the bust. Sure, we'll just do that. Inhaling spores. Looks they're one event. And he escapes through the room. Not. Why is it just stopping?
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system.
All right.
The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
Back to the machine.
Dry tropics.
Dry tropics. Turn it on.
The power is on.
Start!
The engine cannot be started whilst the transmission is active.
Oh.
The engine has started. The ventilation system is working.
Excellent. Now we follow it inside.
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
Oh.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
Interesting. It goes right above her desk. Or I guess that's Albert's desk. We go in through here. There's another outlet.
Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one.
Yeah, like back here? I don't think I saw a lever to activate. Oh, there was.
Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
Perfect.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
Find a way to stimulate the deadly plants completed. Ventilation used. Deadly precision. Hamish's opportunity. Martin Hamish had the opportunity to stimulate the deadly plants in the Colonial Collection Room. As a biologist, he would have understood the technicality of how to do this. I agree. Before we do that part, do we have a mission? Nope. Just find out who done it. Albert does not have enough experience. Albert is not very good at botany. It is doubtful that he could have learned how the plants might release their deadly spores. I agree. Hamish is guilty. Martin Hamish could be the killer. He had the opportunity to steal the Divine Syndicate's plants and stimulate them from his workplace, directly after he had locked Montague Dunn inside the Colonial Collection Room. Arrest Martin Hamish.
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
Let us go at once. And tell them the good news. We have solved the murder. I'm going the wrong way. Out of the way, Watson. To Scotland Yard. Is he in the interrogation room? Locked. Ah, he's here.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you.
I'm sure you did know it. Sometime later.
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
Arrest completed.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
Holmes, my God!
Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
Oh my God, was I supposed to, like, turn everything off? Whoops. Alright, where'd they put his body? Just back at the yard? Oh my goodness, Watson. You have to stand right there. Move it. Oh, it's right here.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
Oh, he had a letter. Life has become a living hell. I find it unbearable. Dunn deserved to die, but I cannot forgive myself for having his blood upon my hands. We Hamishes seem to have always fallen victim to our circumstance, and I find myself to be no exception. I must atone, and I shall do so here and now. Farewell.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
Ah. The drag marks. Hamish acted alone. Martin Hamish was unable to run due to the tibial torsion on his club foot. Therefore, we should find out if he had sufficient time to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room and activate the ventilation system. Did he have an accomplice? Talk to Lestrade. Discuss with Lestrade the possible impact of new clues found on the body of Martin Hamish. Alrighty.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Alrighty.
Let us analyze the facts and statements so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
Martin Hamish and Montague Dunn went to meet Albert in the seed room at around 9:30. I guess that's where it goes. Green. It was around 20 minutes to 10, so at 9:40, when Hamish and Montague Dunn went out to the backyard. After 10 minutes, Dunn recommenced his inspection and entered the dry tropics room. Hamish returned to the seed house. They went to the yard. Then he went to the dry tropics room. Martin Hamish had a conversation with Miss White at 10 o'clock. Miss White was in the laboratory until 10:40, when she saw Hamish and Albert in the water lily greenhouse and joined them there. At 10 o'clock. Oh, no, that's Hamish. Hamish. Right, these two. She was in there until 10:40. Allegedly. Martin Hamish returns to the seed house. Albert and Hamish returning from visiting Miss White. Montague Dunn was poisoned. Oh. Albert Dunn was in the seed house the entire morning. He observed Hamish returning from visiting Miss White at 10 minutes past 10. Then Hamish ran to Albert as soon as he observed that Montague Dunn was unwell, which was at 10:30. Now Martin Hamish returns to the seed house. That would be at 9:50. Oh, what is this? Albert was in the seed house the entire morning. He observed Hamish returning from visiting Miss White at 10 minutes past 10. Oh, that goes there. Like that. There it is.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. he forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
Join Lestrade at Kew Gardens completed. All right. So we have that one. We also have Albert's timeline. Those two would also work. White's lack of experience. The knowledge Miss White acquired at the university might not be enough to guarantee the correct reaction of the deadly plants. Miss White had the biological knowledge to stimulate the deadly plants. She most certainly did. She has more of a knack for it than Albert does, that's for sure. She had time. Miss White had 20 minutes. It would have been enough to trap Montague Dunn. She could have locked the door and alerted Martin Hamish to activate the ventilation system. Or she is not involved. Martin Hamish and Miss White are not accomplices. It is unlikely that White would have had the opportunity, and 20 minutes would have not been enough to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. It definitely is enough. Albert is not involved. Martin Hamish and Albert are not accomplices. It is unlikely that Albert would have had the opportunity, and 10 minutes would have not been enough to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Albert was Martin Hamish's accomplice. 10 minutes would have been enough for him to follow Montague Dunn and lock the door in order that Martin might activate the ventilation system. I mean, I'm leaning towards Miss White personally. Although I guess Albert wouldn't necessarily need to know about the chain reaction. God, but would he kill his dad? I don't think so. I mean, the deaths of Miss White give her a financial motivation to commit the murder, or at the very least be an accomplice. Albert, he was just mean to him. We'll stick with that. She had time. Disagreement. Miss White and Mr. Dunn had a recent disagreement. Montague Dunn was planning to release Miss White from her position at Kew Gardens. And she definitely had the knowledge. What? Oh, like she's the main murderer? I don't think she was the main murderer. Margaret White was Martin Hamish's accomplice in killing Montague Dunn. Her professional ambition and personal situation had been damaged by the breakup with Dunn. We can either choose to condemn her. Miss White is a dangerous woman, very capable of carrying out an elaborate murder for monetary gain. She flirted with Dunn's son, Albert, and later pushed Martin Hamish to his Sudoku. She deserves the rope, or absolve her. Miss White is a desperate woman in debt, resigned to consorting with wealthy gentlemen. When Dunn cast her aside, she killed him in desperation. Hamish tried to save her. She deserves a second chance. I don't know if she pushed Martin to do that. It seemed like it was his own choice. But she definitely helped Martin kill someone. Oh my god. What do I do? Also, if she killed him in desperation, wouldn't that make Martin her accomplice and not the other way around? Oh my goodness. I mean, we have to condemn her.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining: the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me. But she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
The other side? No! Stop!
Oh! Out of my watch.
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Come on, Watson, you got this.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Oh, shit. There was no prompts.
This is tragic, Holmes.
Are you able to do anything?
I'm afraid not. The poison has been fulgurating. Her heart stopped instantly, poor child.
Instantly? Hey, do you know what's going on? I got you tabbed. I'm at work right now. I appreciate that. All right, let's skip through that. I didn't expect that. Yeah, me neither. They can't both die. That's not supposed to frickin' happen. Here we go. How's everyone? I'm great. Appreciate you asking, and I hope you are as well, my friends.
But Holmes...
It is...
Yeah.
You do
Well,
not for... So please... I
Step
beg you
forward.
not to do this, Miss White.
don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Step forward.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Gotcha.
Well done, Watson. She was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? Did you just save me? Or worse?
Worse. Oh, I am well. Heck yeah. Glad to hear it. 2 more hours of work. Nice. The Kew Gardens drama. Miss White is a dangerous woman, very capable of carrying out an elaborate murder. But she realized that she was unable to make any further monetary gain from Montague Dunn. She advanced her affections to Albert, his son. She was the one who locked the door of the Colonial Collection Room directly after Hamish released the caterpillars, and then pushed Martin to his Sudoku, only to cover herself. She got what she deserves. We are impartial. A deadly flower. Another LA noir type game? Somewhat. Actually, you know what? I would agree with that. We are taking the role of the world's greatest detective, that of Sherlock Holmes. And the gameplay is very similar.
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have. Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet.
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu.
Ooh.
Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Ugh.
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
Ah, I can hear them on the stairs now.
Oh, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Good.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes!
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes is my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already.
Jesus
You know what they're
Christ.
like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
Well, and forget about the dinner. Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right? It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
I will see you there. Alright, what is our souvenir? We kept the deadly plant. Looks like we have 3 more portraits to unlock. Mark them all as red. Solve the crime at Half Moon Street, investigate the crime scene and talk to witnesses at Half Moon Street, and interrogate Leighton and examine his belongings at Scotland Yard. I see first time tuning on the stream with this game. Yo, this game is so much fun. Highly recommend it. Concentrate your attention on finding details that others have inclined to overlook. Start with this drunkard. Okay, never mind. He's the boundary. How about you? I can't speak with you. Down the creepy alleyway we go.
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Good evening, Constable...
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88. But then this is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements, which speak for themselves.
Of course, Mara. But you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving.
Hey, St. Luminary, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome on in. Appreciate you stopping by. Hope you were well this evening.
Who were the victims?
The 2 men here, both shot. The stabbed fellow was Brian Vercotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
A jeweller?
You spoke of statements. You have witnesses?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there were 2 other witnesses who said they saw the killer Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat over there. And Polly Powell, a flower seller, who was over at the far side of the street.
All right.
So, Constable Marrow, I should be delighted to hear your testimony.
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street. That was the side that you came from.
But you would have been unable to observe this part of the street, where we are standing now.
That is correct. But I saw the 2 victims slowly enter Half Moon Street, and then shortly after, the fireworks started. A few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman rushed towards me and ran into Half Moon Street.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries and police whistles on the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the 2 dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Leighton Chapman. He'd been caught by 2 police constables.
Okay. Tell me about those shots.
Did you hear the shots?
I didn't hear any shots. The fireworks were all over the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
What were the fireworks in honor of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria's birthday, Mr. Holmes.
Oh.
Yes, I appear to have lost track of the days. It is May now, of course. Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were running through Half Moon Street?
I saw nothing but rats, and I took the time to light every corner with my lamp.
So the lights were unlit? Interesting. Oh, I guess maybe they blew them out for the fireworks show.
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
So he didn't see who did
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me.
All right, let's examine the body. Kenneth Butler, or bodies. Oh my God, he was shot in the head. Okay.
The bullet struck his head. This man didn't stand a chance.
Not sure what that is. But we can't look at it anyway. There's a key.
This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens.
If it's a door at all. One of the guys awfully sounds like Sea Dog. Plates. Stuck object. It's a piece of wood.
A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look.
Oh. Is it like from a cane?
This shard of wood is quite new.
Alright, well, that's it for him. What about this guy, Brian Vercotti?
He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Death was not instant.
Oh.
The bullet penetrated his stomach, a dreadful wound.
Yeah.
Brian Vercotti suffered greatly. What a terrible way to die.
No kidding. Does he have anything in his pockets? He does not.
A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vercotti must have done some time there.
Did he get that himself? Or do London prisons tattoo their inmates? If so, that shit is wild. Oh, here's Wiggins.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he all right?
I have not been there yet.
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes. Are you that detective gentleman? I've heard of you. And well, I know things about this evening.
Excellent. Might we hear your story?
Happy for invention of wireless earbuds, can easily listen to your stream while working. Heck yeah. Could you please go over your testimony?
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard 2 gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed a lamp from my nightstand and I rushed towards the window. I looked down and I saw 2 bodies. And there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
Our shrine is pretty dead right now, so we can goof around a little bit. Did you see anyone else?
Mr. Turner, did you see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man, the murderer, the fellow they caught.
And you clearly heard 2 distinctive shots?
Were the 2 shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow. It seemed to me that the second shot was louder than the first.
That is an interesting comment.
Was like, I don't know, was the headshot at closer range? I have no idea.
Mr. Turner, what were your actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return, so I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming in the Half Moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
Alright, we'll give him the once-over. He's bald. Nothing on his face. Is he a vet? A middle class balaclava, Sumerian war veteran. He's missing a button. Poor life. Requires support, weak leg, limping.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
I guess we'll investigate or interrogate the flower shop owner. Miss Polly Powell.
Mrs. Powell?
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my testimony, but very well.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
Yes. I was selling my flowers as usual, and then the fireworks began, in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those. But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood. It was dark, but I could see him, because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
God, it's not looking good for Wiggins' brother, Leighton.
Mrs. Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure. You know, what with the fireworks?
Interesting.
Did you see anyone else leaving Half Moon Street prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
Okay. Investigate the crime scene and talk to witnesses. Completed. I didn't see any other, like, clues thing about. We'll head to Scotland Yard next.
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade.
Interesting. So we didn't steal anything from the jeweler. Sounds like it wasn't a robbery. Ooh, that's not the right room. obviously the gun.
So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon. It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder.
Okay. Can I open it? Oh yeah, there's one shot there. Oh, 2 shots. It matches.
Two out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots. A cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. An apple and 3 rolled cigarettes.
These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco. Nothing interesting.
But he had like nothing on him. Alright, so what can we make? What can we tie together? 2 victims, lootless, no? Different shots. Excuse me. Brian Vercotti and Kenneth Butler were both found shot in the dark and narrow Half Moon Street, which is located between Great Alley and Whitechapel High Street. Leighton Chapman is the only person who was seen entering Half Moon Street. After Brian Vercotti and Kenneth Butler, he was seen standing over the dead bodies and escaping the crime scene shortly afterwards. Oh, the gun, sure. Got it. 2 victims, dark window, different shots, the revolver. Lootless. Interesting. Dark window. Statement. Turner's view. Alright, what are these? Simultaneous shots. Turner could hear the contrast between 2 fired shots, as in fact 3 shots were made. At first, a single shot was fired, and then 2 guns fired simultaneously directly afterwards. How does that work? And firing position. Turner could hear the contrast between the 2 fired shots as they were made from different points in Half Moon Street. Well, this one they let us test out, so I guess we'll choose that. Double murder. Kenneth Butler and Brian Vercotti were the victims of a double murder carried out by one person. Compelling evidence. The witness testimonies and the crime weapon clearly point to one possible culprit, Leighton Chapman. Conflicting statements. Mr. Turner stated that he remained at the window of his flat until the police arrived. However, this is in conflict with Marrow's statement, as the constable did not see anyone at the window. Interesting. Oh, we have to search his flat. We'll just choose that for the test. Oh, I can't test it. Alright. Let's talk to Leighton now. See what he says.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to say. It's all a mistake.
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother? You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
That is a gnarly scar on his face. A deep scar. Occasional fights. Grew up on the street. Nothing about his demeanor. Oh. Recent beating. Resisted arrest. Hot-headed. Oh, that's right. A fancy scarf, a downtown fashion, cushy job, office... He's an office clerk? He also spent time in the prison. Committed a crime.
Good. Tell me your account of what happened.
I left my work and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw two men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
Okay.
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. The second one was already dead. He had a hole in his head. He was holding a gun in his hand, though. I took it, and then I followed the third man.
There was a third man. Continue.
Interesting. Pray, continue.
I turned a corner, and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen seconds. But I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught by the police. But there wasn't a trace of that man. Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half-blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man.
Why did he take the gun, though? Are you able to give a description of the third man?
Leighton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark, and he was too far away. I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket. He was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No. But perhaps it's strange, but I can't remember the sound of his footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
So why follow him?
Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man and set off in pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested, and he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
Turner's limb, a piece of wood, Westgate prisoners, the door key, or Turner's contradiction. What was that? Nope. Select the correct answer.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
Door key, Westgate prisoners. Oh. Is it the prisoners? Can't imagine it's that.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
It was.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
Oh, God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Okay, so how well did you know Brian?
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released, and when I saw what my little brother had become, I decided to work towards living an honest life.
And Vercotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison. He had no family anymore. Our paths split. He fell back into crime.
So you lost him?
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
We shall see you soon, young man.
Damn, thrown in prison for stealing a pound of meat. Jesus Christ. Okay. Old acquaintance, latent statements, 2 victims. Well, these 2 go together. Okay, really? Common statement. Imaginary man. The person whom Leighton Chapman describes in his statements is a figment of his own imagination created to vindicate himself. Really? What else we got? Old acquaintance and lootless. Personal motive. The violent crime committed in Half Moon Street by Leighton Chapman could have been a personal motive. We can immediately charge him with murder. And those 2 do not go together. It's a wrap. You did it. That's the end. Sorry, Wiggins. All right. Yeah, let's go back to... Actually, hold up. Dialogue. Okay, yeah, we have to go back to Turner's apartment, or flat. Excuse me. And we still don't know what that key unlocks, either.
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours.
For what? Calling you a copper?
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
You little ass kisser.
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
I don't doubt it.
Mr. Turner, you have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
Objection!
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts coming from Whitechapel. We could have missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment, to tell you the truth, sir.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you had from your window?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
He has a limp.
Mr. Turner appears to live very modestly.
Wonder if he was injured during the war. There he is. Let's snoop a little bit.
This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago.
Fire, ashes, burnt paper.
The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here.
I think it's upside down. Is it? A giant stack of papers.
These words are illegible. The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago.
All right. What else is in here?
Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots.
Right. This is a different window. Oh my god. He's a broken cane.
A perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims.
He definitely did not.
The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a hurry here a short while ago.
Why is there a rolling pin on the bookshelf? A kitchen knife. Oh, we'll look at it.
This kitchen knife is quite sharp.
Kitchen table sweepings. Shredded paper.
There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table. This kitchen knife was used to cut the paper.
And here's the window.
So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window.
He definitely could have seen pretty much all of it.
The dead body of Kenneth Butler. Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse. Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene. He saw the bodies clearly, and Leighton Chapman standing over them.
Alright, so we can use our imagination here. He doesn't have like a rifle in here, does he? Not that I could see. Alright. Well, he definitely starts here. He got up from the bed, took the stick. Opened the window. Took something. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, wait. Took something. Cut papers with a knife. And then threw something into the fire. Oh, wait. He went outside. Okay. Go down here first. Approached the body. Took something. Then he went here. And then threw it into the fire. Wait, what? Why did it start over? Open the window. Approached the body. Took something. Put the papers with the knife. Threw something into the fire. Fast forward this. Looked out the window. Walked downstairs. Came back. Got something of his own. Got the papers. And threw it into the fire.
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find?
That's what I would like to know. Books. Fat prints. Not regular prints. He's got them fat prints.
I can see prints from greasy fingers upon the cover of this book. Let us take a closer look.
Moby Dick.
Well now, what a find. A precious jewel, concealed inside a book.
Excellent craftsmanship.
A bracelet with a unique ram's head design, a distinctive feature of ancient Grecian artifacts, probably of the Hellenistic era.
Let's go confront him about it.
Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
Objection! You have a limp.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Time can pull tricks on you.
And what of everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have your complete and true statement.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Objection!
Mr. Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not then, and not now.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground, this precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away. That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the cobbles. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet, that's all, I swear.
You made a mistake
Christ.
by lying to me. But you are not a criminal. I believe that. Although I must return this bracelet to its rightful owner.
He is a criminal. He for sure stole it. Okay, what else does it want us to do? Evidence. Search the archives. An antique golden bracelet that was found in Mr. Turner's flat. It is decorated with distinctive ram heads. There was a possible crossfire between Kenneth Butler and Brian Vercotti at Half Moon Street. Examine the dead bodies and perform a reenactment and investigate the bracelets. One of the victims possibly fired his gun twice. Find out who. I mean, it wasn't the guy that got shot in the head, that's for sure. Oh. Okay. Is there a mark on the wall?
I am unable to see any higher.
Yeah, I need to find a stick. Item is required. All right. Now, what about this side? Yeah, we need another stick. Who would have a stick?
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
I'm sure you are. Oh look, a stick. How convenient.
This should be useful.
I agree. Alright, now we can do the reenactment.
This is most definitely a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street.
Oh my god, it was the guy that got shot in the head. Okay, what about this side? Oh, is that just it? Okay, third shot. 2 victims. Firing position. Crossfire. Kenneth Butler and Brian Vercotti both died of crossfire, with each of them holding a gun. One of the guns is now missing. Double murder. Kenneth Butler and Brian Vercotti were the victims of a double murder carried out by one person. There was most certainly crossfire. Simultaneous shots. There was personal motive, compelling evidence. There'd be more to it.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation.
Okay, latent statements, third shot. The disappearing man. Leighton Chapman's statement regarding the jacketed man who disappeared at Half Moon Street now seems reasonable, as the 3 shots at the crime scene prove the presence of a second gun that is now missing. Reenact Maro's pursuit with the lamp. Do I talk to him about it?
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood.
Oh, we're playing hide and seek. Book it. Okay, you can kind of see him there. Was I supposed to?
No, this is not how I walked at the time of the crime. I was more attentive. Let's start over again.
Yeah, sure you were. Do I go up to him?
I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Let's try again. I mean, one of these sides.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
I didn't see him. I just figured he would be there. That side is clear. Oh, here he is.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
Well, interesting. 2 victims, corners in sight, and latent statements. Up the walls. If we can assume that there was one more person in Half Moon Street at the time of the crime, then there was no way forward or back for his escape, only up. Let us reenact the action, recreate the fireworks described by Layton, and attempt to climb the wall. Oh, that's right. He didn't hear any footsteps. I forgot about that part. Does anything look scalable? Not really. Unless you're like Spider-Man.
It would be my pleasure.
Yeah. Okay, not here. Hello, Watson. Well, if he took no steps, where would you climb from? Find the flare gun to emulate the fireworks and the tools for climbing the wall. There's a flare gun? Is it just something Sherlock owns?
I'll do anything to save...
You don't have a flare gun?
I suppose that I shall have to move my stool now.
I suppose you shall. Oh, mirror.
This mirror is turned towards Half Moon Street.
It is indeed. I can't push it either. That just takes me out of it. Let's go by the carriage. See if there's anything around here. That guy in the top hat is the boundary. Nothing on this side. Let's head back to our office. Surely I have a spare flare gun lying around somewhere. And we can also check the archive. In the encyclopedia, we're looking for anything Grecian. Global economy. What was it? Maybe symbols. This first one? Research. Hemlock, poison, wounds and injuries, criminalistics, martial arts, marks and symbols.
That is not the one I need.
Okay, never mind. Arts and architecture. Willie Riley. Technology, history. Greek history.
That is not the one I need.
What? Distinctive ram's
That
heads.
is not the one I need.
Plant hormones. Nicotine. Fragrance, no. First aid, Greek history. I can't believe it's not that. Not Egypt. What is Riley?
That is not the one I need.
Not that. Oh. These beautiful antique jewels represent a part of the Hellenistic treasures collection. Depicted are the 5 heads of mountain rams upon a bracelet, necklace, and ring, each made of pure gold. The 5 rams of Mytilene have been missing from the museum since 1885.
Here it is. I need to continue my research in my archives.
All right, we'll search the papers. 1885. Treasures stolen. The Hellenistic treasures were stolen yesterday evening while being transported by cab on their way from the British Museum to the Glassford Fine Art Exhibition. Pawnshop owner Kenneth Butler contacted Scotland Yard that night, provided information regarding a gentleman who had attempted to sell him a collection of historical art at his pawn shop in Church Street. The police have since captured the described man, a professional thief by the name of Vincent Foley, who had been in the process of escaping London via the port. He was recognized by the surviving driver of the cab that had transported the collection of Hellenistic treasures. Vincent Foley refused to confess as to where the remainder of the treasures were hidden. He was eventually imprisoned. The lost treasures are still to be found.
Here it is. One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more.
All right, let's head there. Maybe he can sell us some climbing gear. And a flare gun. The Ballard's Pint. Oh, there's his pawn shop. What else is around here? Is that it? Just a pub and a pawn shop?
Mr. Butler's key matches the lock perfectly.
Ah. Wait, I thought someone was a jeweler. I guess he wasn't. Oh, climbing
These
equipment.
tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall.
Hell yeah. What else is in here? There's the corridor door. The corridor door. Oh my god, he does have a flare gun.
This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fireworks.
Nice. And it's free. Guess that's all that's in here. What, Watson? Are you too good for that alley? Okay. The question is, where should we go? Oh. He does it for us.
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
I ain't a thief.
Oh, no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin, then. Catch me if you can.
Catch me if you can. Find a spot where a man might be able to climb a wall. I do see some markings up here, so we'll try this
The
one.
moon illuminates this wall. Anyone trying to climb it would be easily spotted by Constable Marrow.
Okay, I imagine this is the same, though.
This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
Let's give it a shot. That was so tight. Come on, pull yourself up.
I can barely see anything.
Come on.
Holmes? Are you there?
No, no one's here. God, you would have to be like so
I
strong.
should try climbing faster.
What do you mean? R2. Maybe you should get stronger then. How about that? How about that, Sherlock?
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there? Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that.
Didn't we tell him we were gonna climb?
Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen. I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
Oh, alright, that has been completed. Inspect the attic. There's a furnace up here.
These shards of glass are from the window above.
Ah.
It's empty.
Empty? Jacket. Shabby fabric. Black threads.
A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope.
What else? The broken window?
Someone broke through the window to get inside the attic, but in his haste he ripped his jacket. We can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
Okay, so Leighton's statements. A long-lost art, 2 victims, wall climber. Those two go together. Layton's innocence. Layton Chapman's statement regarding the mysterious jacketed man who participated in the shooting at Half Moon Street was proven to be true. Or compelling evidence. The witness testimonies and the crime weapon clearly point to one possible culprit, Layton Chapman. It definitely does not. Oh, wait, hold up. It was double murder, right? No? We'll skip that for now. Okay, is there anything else up here? It does not look like it. Okie dokie. Let's go back to Baker Street. Wonder what those threads are made out of.
Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human.
Like
I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Excellent, my good
Watson,
dear Watson.
Look, what's outside the window?
Well, I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair.
Why didn't he use his own hair? Oh, Mr. Blitzer! Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. How was your stream? Hope it went well. Oh, so it's not a horsehair either.
The horsehair is thinner than the hair that we found. Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample. So, this black hair belongs to an animal, and it is larger than a horse. A hair from a large and exotic animal.
Interesting. Do we check our archive? Maybe? No. That's a very creaky door. Thick black threads taken from a torn jacket found in the attic at Half Moon Street. From an exotic animal. Okay. Let's go back to Scotland Yard. Be with the evidence.
Tell him Wiggins. That'll be fine.
Okay.
Mr. Holmes, what is it?
You say anything new, Watson?
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
I guess we're going back to Half Moon Street. Let's speak with the cop.
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not like you.
Yeah,
Oi,
you tell him.
Watch your tongue.
Or what? What are you gonna do?
It would be my pleasure to assist.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Mr. Holmes.
Okay, so nothing with you. I don't see any mounted trophies. Are you an animal expert?
That's why it's better to stay at home at night.
He's nuts. Have a great night, man. I appreciate that. And thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Sleep well. The flower shop chick is not gonna know at all.
Such a young man, and already a murderer.
Alright. Let's see. Is there something in an archive of ours that references exotic creatures?
My archive.
No.
I can always consult with it if needed.
Research. There's our article. Okay, maybe I need to make the right deductions. A circus acrobat. The man who vanished from the crime scene at Half Moon Street could be a circus acrobat. He managed to scale a 30-foot high wall in a matter of seconds. A hair from a large exotic animal was found on his discarded jacket. Or Layton made him up entirely. I guess he is a circus acrobat. Which means... what exactly? He's innocent, right? Turner could hear the contrast between two fired shots as they were made from different points in Half Moon Street. Okay, those conflict. Those two do not go together. It has not been found since and is considered to be lost. Two victims, Brian Vercotti and Kenneth Butler, were both found in the dark and narrow Half Moon Street, which is located between Great Alley and the Whitechapel High Street. Wonder what we're missing. Do you have any ideas, Toby?
Hello, Toby. All you need now is a shawl and a mop cap, and you could be Mrs. Hudson's younger sister.
I don't think there's anything in these rooms, right? That's Watson's. I mean, I guess we could go back to the pawn shop. There really wasn't anything else to, like, look at, though. Not that I could see, anyway. You alright there, bud? Not too much to drink? We cannot go into the pub. I think we got everything important from here. Oh, the counter.
It looks as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations.
Okay.
It looks as...
we're not going to look at it?
The ram's heads. This necklace belongs to the 5 Rams of Mittelin collection. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft.
Hello, Kenneth. I remember you once told me about 3 pieces of golden jewelry with ram heads from ancient Greece. You still got them, right? Well, good news for you. I found a man loaded with money who's crazy about those jewels. He's ready to fork out a small fortune. I can arrange a meeting with this money bag for you, but I want you to cut me in on the deal. I'll be waiting for you at the crossing of Great Alley and Half Moon Street on Sunday evening, before the fireworks. Brian Vercotti. Inquire about the bracelets. Completed. Really? Oh, okay. Burglary motive. The search for the missing Hellenistic treasures could be the motive for the crime that was committed in Half Moon Street. Mr. Turner picked up the bracelet directly after the murder, but the ring is still missing. In personal motive, the violent crime committed in Half Moon Street by Leighton Chapman could have had a personal motive. He would have no way of knowing, though. Right, that's it for that. We now have the necklace. Just solve the crime. Huh. Okay, I'm guessing the ring is somewhere. Or actually findable. Let's check the attic one more time. Locked. Is this one?
Locked.
Right, so we climbed up this one. Was it this one?
Look here, lad. You'd better go home and start thinking about what a fine pickle your brother's landed himself in.
Ha! But he'll be free tonight, 'cause he's innocent.
Don't be daft, lad. It's a closed case.
Goddamn.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
Here we go. Gone Franklin Limited, wholesale clothing. There's nothing in this furnace, right? No. Glass shards. We cannot examine the coat. We looked over the bodies thoroughly.
I suppose that I shall have to move my stool now.
I suppose so. And is the mirror just like a red herring? This has gotta be. I can't like look at the track marks. I mean, I guess she could look at it. And see into the alley, potentially. The ring wasn't buried. You can't use the shovel. Circus acrobat. Everything lines up.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother?
I did. He's fine. For now. Oops. Let's go back here.
My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
Yes. Yes, indeed. We've literally been everywhere. Are there any other, like, cutscenes between the cop and Wiggins? Continue. There are.
Mr. Constable, why did you become a constable?
Why? Because I wanted to serve Her Majesty, that's why.
And what about serving the people like us?
What? Your sort are the plague of London. Be quiet now.
God damn, this guy's such an asshole. Jesus Christ. Maybe I need to, like, exhaust these. Oh. And it'll do something.
Mr. Holmes.
Yeah, still no new dialogue. How far back does this go, actually? I don't think we've been all the way down here. Oh, no, it's just the exit.
Two lovely black eyes. Oh, what a surprise. Only for telling a man he was wrong. Two lovely black eyes.
Oh, I've just about had enough of this. Shut up!
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
Keep singing, Wiggins. You're doing great.
It would be my
I wonder if this, like, just keeps going. Or does he just, like, eventually snap? Let's find out. Oh, no, that's it.
Mr. Holmes.
Aw, alright.
I wish this...
There's still nothing else to interact with.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
My analysis table. It is useful for my work. Wiggins is currently at Half Moon Street. A map of London.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least one exotic animal, a very large one.
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
You can count on me. What street were the fireworks at? So they were at Half Moon Street, or at the very least, nearby. One of which blinded Leighton, the prime suspect currently in the murder, who is Wiggins's older brother. The next morning, very early.
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
Naval Bro's greatest show on Earth. A picture of an elephant riding a tricycle. The marvelous dancing elephant.
And this is a young Indian elephant, the highlight of the show.
Aww.
Duval Brothers, a well-known travelling circus that is currently stopped in London. I believe that is exactly the type of circus we are looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
Oh, that is so far away.
Aye, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah, you don't look like the type of, artistic lockpicker that we're looking for.
You might be surprised.
What? Nah, I don't think so. Clear off.
Clear off? I have to disguise myself in order to enter the circus. It's what, a bandit? Well, now we need a beard. Because he knows what we look like. Also. Gray suit green. Bandits. Go with that. Be Bob Ross. But we are a lockpick artiste. And a very pointy mustache. We are ready for crime. I don't know what any of those hats are, so we'll stick with the Bob Ross. Perfect. Now he'll never notice us.
A map of spectacles are...
Oh, okay, no glasses. What, do all thugs have 20/20 vision?
I'd better wear a shabby hat.
Oh.
My eye.
A shabby hat. This looks shabby.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Oh, thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
Thank you, Watson. That means I am ready to go.
Bro, it looks like my cousin Luke. Alright. It loads surprisingly quick.
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley. And I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
Mum's the word.
Charles Foley is inside the marquee.
Alright, let's do a little bit of snooping before we go inside. I wonder if we can find, like, the animal pen. Also. Oh, it's this. Guess there's nothing to look at.
So, everything is here, just as you asked. And what about the money?
Some of the barrels are wet.
Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped.
Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies.
I want to be paid first.
No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer, as I said.
Right.
I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout.
Of course not. I'm a professional.
Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight, then.
Was he shot in the arm? Ooh, a unicycle. I have no idea how people can actually ride on those. There's a crack in the barrel.
This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside.
Open it.
There is a spot on this barrel that was intentionally painted out.
Oh, there's like a crest on it.
The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure.
Oh, it is gunpowder.
Judging by the fractions and the scent, I can confirm that it is, in fact, gunpowder.
Why the hell is there so much gunpowder?
The barrels are roughly clustered. It seems as though they were brought here in a hurry.
It looks like that might be the only thing to look at in here. Oh, a printing press for their flyers, I guess.
This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per day.
Rise up and keep rising from lambs into lions. Oh my god, yo, we look like the picture.
That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting. From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement and defiance. This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people.
Rise up.
There are enough posters to paste across half of London's walls.
What are they planning?
Powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently. And these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The merry men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Stop right there. Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on a table over there. Open that.
I will. Thing on his face. A complex key, protected safe. Bloody bandages, recent trauma. A gun, arms. Cutthroat. But be careful putting it into your waistband. I saw 8 Mile. I know what can happen. Ring with a ram. Oh my god, it's the ring! And there's one more thing. Taped fingers. Acrobat, a methodical man. Yeah, there are 26 character portraits. Let's open this lock. You know what? We'll start with like this one. That's like goes down here and loops back around. Hey, we did it. That was easy. There, it's open.
I need to find out what's behind this Charles Foley.
Come on, open the lock. Are you not impressed with my mad skills? Do I not tell him about it? Look at how good I am. Foley's revolver, antique ring, long lost art. Those two go together. What? Okay. Man in jacket. Charles Foley wears an antique ring, the last missing piece of the 5 rams of Mytilene. Jewel set. And also a revolver retained under his belt. It proves that Charles Foley is our mysterious jacketed man who nimbly escaped the crime scene at Half Moon Street. Is there, like, another lock? Oh.
Oh. Well, they're right. What's your name?
Nigel Shirley, from York.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
Turner's Limp, jailed thief. Jailed thief. Turner's contradiction. The door key. I guess the thief.
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for me craft.
Well, he died 7 days ago in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker. I know just where to search for his legacy.
It's all about the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Osh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on a corner of Ladbroke Grove and Kensington Park Road at midnight.
Deal.
Oh, all right, to Notting Hill Manor we go.
Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it are the Hellenistic treasures.
Am I breaking in?
This lock is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge.
I am. Let's start with one end first. Okay, those connect like that. This goes all the way around. Significant opening like that. Okay, so that goes there. That checks out. Gotta go like that. This is a funky one. This is so much harder than the freaking padlock. I'm so glad he's not here witnessing this. We would have been found out immediately. Oh, we got it.
I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it.
And lockpick it. Is this house, like, abandoned?
This cupboard is an absolute mess. Several books. It seems as though this cupboard can be moved. I'll give it a try.
Alrighty. Found it. Is there anything else, like, around the house? It just leads outside. It's upstairs. Anything? A pearl necklace. Oh. Safe it is.
So, that's the lock I must open tonight. Let me see.
Ooh. This is an intricate one. None of these move laterally. Is that the only mark? Is the only mark. Okay. I'm surprised I can't move one of them side to side. Definitely save the trickiest one for last. That just leads to a dead end. Those don't connect. Those connect. Oops. Getting there. Hey, we got it.
What a surprise. Another lock.
Oh!
And I won't be able to pick it. I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent fit. I suppose they hired me to only open the first lock. Let us wait for the thieves, trap them, and find out. Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes in the event that they are caught off guard by the police from the front door.
From the front door.
What a... These are the marks of ineffectual lock-picking attempts.
They are?
The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind it. The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police.
As is the side door.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. This door leads to a kitchen, which holds the shortest route to the back door.
Item is required.
A solid rope.
Are you gonna take it? Object of interest.
A solid...
I must need something to combine it with.
This hatch leads to a cellar.
All right.
This should be useful.
Where did I put the chair? Block with chair. Okay.
The door is now blocked.
A cupboard? Oh, we cover the window.
This works very well. No one will escape through this window now.
Okay. Let's check upstairs.
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape. This should be useful.
For what? Are we gonna dangle it somewhere with the rope? Like a carrot? To catch our thieves with?
This should be useful.
Okay, now we can take it.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency.
Oh, it just comes
There
right
is no
off.
ladder. If anyone falls here, he will need assistance to get out.
Oh my god. We're going full Home Alone. Wait, item required. Like what?
This hatch
One of these coverings?
I wonder what this old chandelier is doing on the floor. It looks as though it was poorly attached. I suppose that the thieves already tried to open the lock with this formidable hammer, but they were unsuccessful.
Ah. Okay, well now we tied the chandelier to the hammer.
Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall.
They're so gonna notice that rope. Are you kidding me? Oh, carpet.
This should be useful.
Okay, we'll take it. Cover the hole with it.
Now, it's not an open hatch, just a nice carpet on the floor. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
That is a nice carpet.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind.
There's got to be something I can use to keep the side door closed. I would imagine. Do I just use this other chair? No.
If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down. Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar.
Right. I guess we need something for the upstairs window now. Oh. Oh my god, we're dropping the bead necklace.
One step on these beads, and our thief will go flying. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
Ruined? Yeah, I think that might be it.
Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly. The traps for my circus companions are all prepared. I can leave now, but I'll return later with Charles Foley and his companions.
Haunted house.
Police! Police!
Oh my god.
Stop where you are! Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
How so?
You sounded just like a real bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How'd you know about that?
Oh, it's a brother.
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers!
What were they trying so hard to get?
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon, dear brother.
I thought it was only like the bracelet, necklace, and ring.
Don't
there were a
move,
lot
you
more.
Flim-flammer.
Yeah, you flim-flammer. Alright, what is this one? Hidden Arts. The antiques discovered inside the hidden safe of the abandoned manor at Notting Hill represent the collection of Hellenistic treasures that were stolen in 1885 and considered to be lost. Got Foley's Revenge.
What a beautiful collection of art. It was thought lost.
I agree. Where'd our brother go? Also, Sherlock did mention wanting to go behind that back curtain. Back of the circus. So I do want to see if there's something there or not. Although it doesn't look like we can. Oh well. Let us solve the case. Foley's Vengeance. Charles Foley organized the theft of the Hellenistic treasures, which was related to the double murder at Half Moon Street. Leighton Chapman was a witness to the crime. So we can either absolve him. Charles Foley will be in prison for organizing a grand theft since he is not directly guilty of murder. His sentence will be shortened, or condemn Foley. Charles Foley organized and executed a wicked plan of revenge, which the added theft of ancient and valuable treasures. With the added theft. He deserves the rope. He does. Be condemned.
Charles Foley, you committed the crime of premeditated murder and of theft. You will be severely punished for your deeds.
You are pitiful, you Scotland Yard dog.
Save your words for the gallows. I'm sure the journalists will love them. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street.
Oh, the dinner. Solve the murder at Prime Hill Street completed. Oh, we're back at the circus.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs, honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street, and all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians, they own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange.
Goddamn.
No life shall be lost, but ownerships debts and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're only papers, after all. So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice, then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people, sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
We can either blow it up or put it into the bucket of water. I'm in.
When the law serves only the few, it can no longer be trusted. Every man is equal, and he has a right to choose his own way. And I shall not stop you.
Bloop.
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite, lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men. I should leave now. Sherlock, Dr. Watson.
Holmes, what just happened? What was that?
The start of a new world. Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady?
A lady? Charles Foley organized and executed a wicked plan of revenge for his elder brother. It took 2 human lives and almost resulted in life imprisonment for an innocent man. In fact, his band was hired by the Merry Men, who planned a revolution in London. In addition, he organized the theft of ancient and valuable treasures that rightfully belonged to the British Museum. He deserves the rope. I like our choices. Personality ranking, the Law Protector. Their crimes, your punishments. Oh, and we got a little sneak peek for the next game in their franchise. With that lady moving in. Is he haunting that house now? This game was so good. I am so glad that I played it. It was so much better than I was expecting. Oh, we can't skip it, sweet. As he sits confidently in front of the fireplace, recounting a job well done, deep in thought. Let's see, what was our reward? Oh, we kept a Merry Men rebellious poster. Nice. We've filled out every single character portrait. Alright. W game, hell yeah. Well, now that it has officially been completed, we are at the point of the stream where I get into some gameplay trailers. We'll keep it brief tonight. Find the folder. Then. We'll keep it to 3 tonight. Let's check out State of Mind. It released back in 2018. And A State of Mind is a narrative-driven sci-fi thriller set in a dystopian future where humanity and AI merge. Players control Richard Nolan, a journalist, searching for his missing family while uncovering a conspiracy involving digital immortality. Released in 2018, it explores themes of transhumanism and identity. State of Mind. Oh, I guess it's this one.
Everything is possible. Nothing is out of reach. Be whoever you want, and what you want. Doubt and limits are just illusions.
They scan everything. Do you understand? Everything that bots, drones, cabs, and HoloLenses see and hear, sense and do. You can reconstruct anyone's life with all that information. You can create a whole simulated world.
At the moment, we're uploading 750 people a day that want to build a better world. As you know, our project has entered a decisive phase. We are on the brink of success, the beginning of a new civilization.
Oh my. State of mind. That looks really good. That has definitely been added to the backlog. Up next, let me see. Pull up YouTube for this one. Sherlock Holmes. The Devil's Daughter. Which is the game that was released next. Let's see. Hopefully I can find it. I swear there was a different trailer that I saw that actually like showed our new neighbor. But maybe I'm thinking of a different one. Oh no, it is this one. Okay. Go ahead and get this loaded up.
My dear child.
Father! Caitlin!
He is your worst enemy.
Did you sleep well, Kate?
Very well, thank you, Father. My name is Miss Alice de Bouvier. I think she likes you. I'm Mr. Holmes' new neighbor. Hello, Mr. Holmes.
Kate, what's the matter? You were responsible for the death of her father.
You never do anything right!
Lose her. Can't you see that? She must never know.
You don't understand anything!
Kate! She will not forgive you. Kate! Kate! Hold on, Kate. I'll find you.
That one looks way more intense. Also, it sounds like they got rid of the voice actor. I did not realize. And finally, we have the game that I will be playing next. And that is Blues and Bullets. That's not how you spell blues. Bullets trailer. Let's see, is this the one? Let's go with the 2-minute one.
You should be rotting in jail.
Look, Ness. My granddaughter Sophia has been kidnapped. I want to hire you.
I'm not a cop anymore. Call the station. We have to find out who did this and why. If I'm going to put together a serious hypothesis, I'm going to need more clues. Holy Christ, what the hell are we up against? This town has become a jungle where not even the rats are safe. I'm going to need help.
Blues and Bullets. I cannot wait to get started on that one. You laugh, you restart. All right. Hey, what's going on, aliens? How you doing? Hey, are you just starting this game? I will be. This is not the beginning. This is the end. We just wrapped up Sherlock Holmes, Crimes and Punishments. And Blues and Bullets is the game I will be playing next. Alright, but I do think I will wrap things up here for now. I do want to thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all have a very good night. And I will see you all tomorrow with a new stream. How was Sherlock Holmes? It was good. Highly recommend it if you've not tried it. It's always been hard for me to find a good detective game. Well, it is a stellar pick. Although there is not like a single through line. It is more, it's closer to LA Noire in that you tackle like individual cases at a time. At least that's how Crime and Punishment was. Oh, great, you appreciate that. Have a great night. You as well. All right. I'll catch you all later.